collective quantify goal on climate finance. So in the morning and afternoon, we will continue identifying solutions for the sections transparency arrangements and context of the co-chair's updated input paper, continuing in the working group format. And this will be followed by a report back of the outcomes of the working groups, as well as a stock take session, which will focus on elements and recommendations for political consideration. Colleagues, we'd like to thank you once again for your active engagement yesterday, and we hope to continue our discussions today in the same constructive spirit. So we will now introduce the working groups. Like yesterday, we will again divide participants in the room into 5 groups, while participants connected virtually will be in the 6th group. The in-person participation, just like yesterday, will be further divided into subgroups. So when you entered the room, you should have received a piece of paper with the name of your assigned group and subgroup. And to ensure a good mix of all the groups, kindly note that you will be assigned to a different group today than you were yesterday. Each working group will be facilitated by a moderator, and when reading out the names of our moderators, I kindly ask the moderators to make themselves visible. So, for the working group session in the morning, please focus on identifying solutions in the section on transparency arrangements. The working group Flame Towers will be moderated by Indrajit yesterday. Indrajit, are you here? Oh, there he is, yep. And Natalia. Natalia's at the back there. Please remain in the plenary room. Working group Maiden Tower will be moderated by Charlene Watson. Charlene's just at the back there. This will take place in the boardroom on the 2nd floor. You can meet at the lobby next to the elevators where a volunteer will usher you to the room. The working group Baku Boulevard will be moderated by Joe and Alejandra. Alejandra's back there. Where's Joe? Oh, Joe's, yep, on this side. Please meet in meeting room A, which is next to the plenary. The working group Palace of the Shivan Shahs will be moderated by Katie and Bertha. Thank you. And please move to the meeting room on the 2nd floor. And again, you can meet at the registration desk where a volunteer will usher you to the room. And the working group Highland Park will be moderated by Marlet and Jeremy. It's Jeremy. Marlet's at the back. Please move to the meeting room on the 3rd floor. You can meet in the lobby next to the stairs, and then a volunteer will also take you up to that room. And the virtual working group will be moderated by Sandra from GFLAC in the morning and Thomas Taylor of ICC in the afternoon. After the working group session, we will have a coffee break, and then we will then continue with the working group discussions afterwards, focused on identifying solutions in the section on the context, section B. After the working group discussions, we will break for lunch, following which we will resume in plenary for the report back. So with that, could you please all move to your groups? Thank you.
Hi, colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon, depending where you are. Sorry for the delay. I was struggling with my connection, but I'm happy to be here now. My name is Sandra Guzman. I'm a General Director of the Climate Finance Group for Latin America and the Caribbean, and I'm very happy to be able to facilitate this session today with you, precisely about the transparency arrangements. I hope everyone can hear me okay. If there is something, please just tell us in the chat. So the idea of this session is to discuss, based on the outdated input paper, what are solutions for translating these ideas expressed into the substantive framework for a draft negotiating text. As you know, we are starting this process to start putting elements in the negotiating text. So the idea is precisely to start working on how to translate this into the negotiating text. I hope everyone can have access to the input paper. Otherwise, I will also ask my colleagues from the secretariat if you can probably just add the link to the input paper. Probably that would be useful to have it in the chat, and then everyone can have this. I think it is just checking that everyone, that this link that the colleagues shared, you can have access to it. Okay, cool. Super. So, yeah, probably from the secretariat, Debra, Priya, if you can share the input paper probably in the chat. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Then everyone can have access in case you just want to go back and have a look and start kind of like the conversation. So what I would like to do, because I think we are very good number, like to have this conversation. So I would love to, if you would like to share comments or just ideas, or if you have any inquiries, please just put your hand up. I will give you the floor. And to be honest, I would love to hear um, most of you. Hopefully, you may be following this discussion for a while, so every one of you may have really important solutions to start designing this decision, this negotiating text. So if anyone would like to start kicking us up with this conversation, please just raise your hand, and we can have this conversation. As you will see in the paper, there are different elements that the co-facilitators have been kind of like putting together from different inputs, like submissions and the discussions in the context of previous technical dialogues. And now we are talking precisely about these transparency arrangements that you will find as well, like synthesis in the document. So I would like to hear, what do you feel, what do you think about these inputs, and how could you, like, what would be your solution to translate this into the negotiating text? So who would like to start? Also, I know that it's very early for many of you, so but if you want to also turn open your cameras, that would be also nice to see you. It's always nicer when we can see us. Otherwise, just please put your hands up and try to open your mic. Hopefully, everyone has access to the mic. So who would like to start with this conversation based on your experience as well? What would be the best way to, what are the solutions to translate like the input paper into the negotiating text? Who would like to start? I will go into the list of participants to see you, and please go ahead. You can start putting your hands up. If you have any questions about the dynamic, also please let us know, and we will be also addressing your any questions, also with the support of the secretariat. So who will start? And just for your information, the transparency element of the document, you will find it in the page number 11 in the input paper. Probably for you it's good to have a look in that one. Thank you so much, Fiona. I see your hand, so please go ahead, and thanks a lot for opening the floor. And go ahead. Welcome. Sorry, Fiona, you are on mute.
It's interesting that it's not a negotiating text yet. It's sort of on the way to being one. And what I've noticed about negotiating text is there's a lot of redundancy because it has all the stuff that people want and all the stuff that other people don't want, and then all the text is there, and that and then it all gets square bracketed, and so it doesn't have to be that. As long as the main elements are there, you'll see that most of the text will go or be replaced by new square brackets or whatever. So yeah, that's one of the main things. My thing that annoys me most is, and I haven't seen it in the transparency section of the well, the thing that worries me most, I haven't seen in the transparency section, is people keep talking about using the biannual assessment from the SCF, and that's basically at the moment, because they use, in 2014 they decided not to have a definition and countries could choose their own definition. They've chosen the OECD definitions for their thing, using the Rio markers and the OECD definition. So it's basically, which has no way to stop, there's no additionality there. It's in the OECD definitions. So it's all just foreign aid. I maybe oversimplifying, but foreign aid rebadged as climate finance, and maybe it's having different things, but that's basically what it is. And using those definitions under the SCFBA, and I've been to SCF meetings, it's 50-50 OECD countries and 50-50 SCF meetings and 50-50 developing countries. So it's, yeah, I don't think using the biennial assessment, without actually having a definition that prevents additionality and all those other issues, that ensures additionality, and is just we're gonna end up with the status quo as what we've got now. Which allows an awful lot of shifting of ODA into climate finance. And, you know, like I said before, I'll just reiterate, it doesn't have to be, in my view, negotiating texts are a mess. And so, you know, once the square brackets go in, you know, and so because everybody wants their issue in, and we've, you know, I've seen over the last 3 days, there's a lot of different views on particular issues. Yeah. So, but I suppose we just have to have the main views in there, and we've seen those over the last few days on last day or so on transparency. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Really, just to have a little bit of an interaction here. So the elements that you see in the input paper, do you think that are not necessarily the best solution in terms of transparency arrangements for the lack of this definition, for instance, in certain instruments such as the Rio markers and others? So what do you think is needed? Like what type of inputs would be needed to have, let's say, all what we need in the table to then have that negotiation? So what, in your point of view, would be a solution to have in terms of what is needed? And in terms, let's say one is about the content, no, like what are elements in terms of content, and the other thing is more about the format, right? Like what you say, like there are so many point of views that when we put it in the negotiating text, probably we have to put brackets just to not miss any idea. But in terms of content, what do you think might be missing? No, that can kind of complete the elements. So if you can elaborate a little bit on that, that would be great. And also, yeah, like to have this very well reflected in the conclusions of this conversation. So what is missing there?
Yeah, I think the first paragraph, paragraph in the transparency section does say we want additionality and those things. It would be nice if we could say I mean, the obvious way to do it would be separate ODA from climate finance. If people are willing to do that, obviously people have issues with Cove benefits and all those things. But ODA from climate finance, and there is a talk about doing it to Substa. Could Substa do this? I think it's been my experience that when I've been to these meetings, that the developed countries are caucusing to make sure that they all have the same position on this, not to do anything about ensuring additionality to ODA. They caucus, those, you know, because they all come out with the same position on this. But yeah, if we could separate it from there, or maybe, you know, as it says I don't know whether it talks about sending to Substar about the reporting, so that would be an appropriate place for it as well, and that's already in the text. I don't know whether inviting Substar to develop transparency arrangements for tracking progress towards achieving the NCQG. Yeah, so that would be good if that's CMA8. I mean, if we can wait till then. But yes, I think it won't be done. Like I've said, there is a politically, and the reason is because they've overstated climate finance so much. It's going to make it difficult for them to find a figure that they can get without, you know, spending more money on climate finance, which was the whole idea of this in the first place, you know, when it was established. So yeah, yeah. So I think I've said separation and referring to Substar to sort this out, maybe the best thing. And people can think about maybe there's other ways to ensure additionality. Maybe people can develop those.
Super. Thank you so much, Fiona. Thank you so much. And I would like to hear what others think. I see colleagues connected. If you would like to provide, I think Fiona brought like very important points in terms of both content that is still missing in the input document that might be missing in the whole structure, right? In not only in the input paper, but generally speaking, like proper methods to characterize and differentiate what climate finance is. And also she provided elements about how to transfer these inputs to the negotiating text. So I would like to see if colleagues that are also connected would like to reflect on these or other elements that you would like to. What's the best way to transfer all these inputs in the negotiating text? Is how to build a negotiating text is potentially one very, very difficult after a paper that has been mutating so much, since it was presented. So I see colleagues like Anda, Barbara, Maria del Pilar, Pilar, Salome, Sindra, Thomas. What is your point of view? What do you think? What is would be useful, no, in this moment, since this is the last technical dialogue before the COP, and now kind of everything has to move towards a more kind of like practical scenario. What is your point of view in terms of what is needed to do that transfer? If you would like to, please raise your hand, and I can pass it to you. And thank you, Fiona, for these inputs that I think are very, very valuable and very relevant for the conversation. Some of them are a little bit more difficult to tackle than the others, since this element of the definition and additionality haven't been addressed, let's say, deeply, no, in the structure. So let me open the floor again. Please, colleagues, if you would like to reflect about these inputs that Fiona brought us, or if you want to add any other element, please let us know. Is it okay if I kind of invite you directly to share your ideas? Probably, I see Anda. Do you want to comment? And we are a very good amount of people in the group, so I think it's going to be great to hear, to be honest, every one of you, each of you, because I'm sure you have like lots of different point of views that will help us to bring some conclusions to the group. So Anda, would you like to express some ideas? I hope I'm pronouncing correctly your name. Anda Piginana. Probably just hoping you can hear me. Or otherwise, I can go with Barbara Rosen. Could you like to present some of ideas, just reflections, even if you have some reflections about what Fiona just said? Barbara Rosen, what do you think?
Yeah, I can come in, although
Thank you.
transparency is definitely not my area of expertise, but I really want to echo what Fiona was saying. One of the key issues that we have is that there's just a lot of double and triple counting of finance, and I think that is one of the key reasons why we need this transparency framework. So if the transparency framework doesn't address that, which it probably won't, because politically I'm not sure if there's a lot of appetite for this, but making sure that that it is clearly distinguished from ODA, and that there is a very clear overview of where does this finance come from and how is it counted. For that, obviously, you also need a definition. So again, we have this issue of definitions, and I think I would also like to see gender strengthened there, and I think I have the feeling we also had some of these discussions yesterday, obviously. So it overlaps a little bit with that, but I think real markers and other ways to make sure that climate finance is gender responsive and is also reported as such, or the level of its gender responsiveness would be great, so that there's more accountability to that. Those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Do you have any thoughts about what could be potential solutions to transfer these inputs into the negotiating text? No, like what in your point of view would be useful or important to transfer these elements into the negotiating text?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. Also, because I just joined this conversation. But yeah, I think, and especially as kind of non-party observers, it's sometimes difficult to see what would be best for process rather than, what we would like to see in the paper. But yeah, again, I agree with Fiona that there's probably it can be simplified and will be simplified quite a bit. I think this is one of the areas where countries will more easily agree. And actually, it would be great to see a little bit of convergence on this. I understood that there's not going to be any, like the next paper that we will see is probably the text that will be sent to the COP, right? So yeah, hopefully there will be already kind of some text of convergence that can be that parties feel okay with, so that yeah, so that this is one of the things that, you know, that we go into COP with a couple of areas of convergence already, including on transparency, but I don't know how realistic that is.
Thank you so much, Barbara. And this is really interesting. For instance, Fiona was mentioning that potentially, like, the different perspectives can be in the text, probably in brackets, like, but for now to kind of like keep those kind of central ideas from the different views. And you were saying that probably a way to go is identifying those areas where there is convergence, no, like where so it's kind of like two approaches that can be in terms of process, no, like one is kind of bring the different ideas, another is kind of identifying areas where there is a certain level of convergence to bring, which is also really interesting, and to have in mind, no, what could be the different processes. Thank you so much, Barbara, and also thanks for the inputs about gender responsiveness and this element about definition. I'm taking note here, like about this kind of content element and about the procedural elements. So let me go with Foser. Andreas, could you like to comment something about either elements on content that you would like to share, or elements about procedure, like how to bring these ideas into the negotiating text, how to translate, no? What are the best ideas to translate these ideas? So Andreas, would you like to comment on this point?
Good morning. Hello. Well, thank you for calling me out, but actually, you got me on the wrong foot there. I just joined the meeting again, and I missed yesterday, so I'm not really able to say anything with much sense to it. But I'm happy to follow the conversation, and thank you. Sorry for not contributing more.
Don't worry, Andreas. And this is actually not, as Barbara was saying, it's not super easy how to transfer these elements. So don't worry. And if you are in the meeting and you kind of some ideas come to you, please let me know. Thank you so much. Let me pass it to Maria del Pilar Restrepo. Like, Maria del Pilar, do you think, like what you are hearing here, any ideas that you would have to in terms of how to, based on the input paper, what are solutions, no, to express these inputs into the substantive framework for a draft negotiating text? So what, in your point of view, would be useful, no, to bring these ideas? Maria del Pilar, do you have any element that you would like to share? Also can be based on the content elements that Fiona and Barbara were also emphasizing. Is there anything that you would like to add, Maria del Pilar? I hope you can hear me. No, otherwise I can go with Angela. Pilar. Angela, is there any element that you would like to add, like that you would like to comment about these elements?
Thank you for giving me the floor, Sandra, and good morning, colleagues. I hope you can understand me well. I'm a bit sick, so we'll try to keep the voice going for my comments. There's a couple of things that I think could be helpful to kind of make the text flow better. Looking at it, I think it can be already shortened, kind of what we said yesterday as well with regards to several sections, that kind of a chapeau paragraph in the beginning would be useful, kind of to just state the general kind of scene setting for transparency. And I think that would be very helpful and could save us some space. I think it also would be helpful and necessary to really consider like a pragmatic approach to this section, because there are still some questions based on the text now, I think, especially related to methodology, that we haven't really clarified. So I think it could be more specific in certain areas, but I understand that there will also be then pushback if it's too specific. Looking at the paragraphs now, I think one question that came up yesterday already were like questions related to tracking the progress towards achieving NCQG collectively. So that would be paragraph 66. I think there's a bit, I would put like a little bit of a question mark there, just how we can kind of explain that better and kind of what is feasible in that instance. And also that section makes a lot of reference to the Standing Committee on Finance, looking at the already highly, kind of overstretching workload that the Standing Committee on Finance is facing. I think we also have to be mindful kind of what our colleagues can kind of digest in the committee and can produce. Therefore, for example, merging kind of progress reports with as part of the biannual assessment, I think would be useful. Whereas like a standalone report would really intensify the workload. That would be one thing to consider. And just to clarify, we're only speaking about section E, right? We will have more on section F later. Sandra?
Yeah, I think we are now in section E, transparency arrangements. Yeah, and we are going to talk about the other in 1 hour or so. Yeah. Okay,
wonderful. Then I'll just keep that for later. But yeah, so far my comment on this, but happy to come back and kind of get the conversation going. I think that's very useful if we actually just not all just make statements, but really interact with each other's points of view. And I very much agree with the previous speakers that this is a very difficult task, but it's, I think, especially in this section, is also manageable. And I think in a way, transparency, while tricky, is still kind of one of the lower hanging fruit, I think, that we really need to make progress on, to be able to kind of not have everything be thrown at us at COP29. So I'm very happy that we're like having extra time to just speak about this section today. Thank you. Thank you so much, Angela. And as you said, this bit is particularly relevant in this moment, no? for the NCQG. If there is something that can kind of differentiate or characterize from previous commitments, is the transparency framework, and that's why it's so relevant to have it, if not perfect, at least right, no, for the purpose. So thank you so much for these inputs and for all your elements. I just wanted to ask you something about what you mentioned about methodology. Did you refer to the methodology in terms of the tracking progress? Is what you were referring in paragraph 66? So it's that a methodology should be defined later. Is that what you were referring to, the methodology? Or can you please clarify just for my notes? Yeah, sure. It was mostly in relation to yesterday's comments that in the large group during the report back, it came up in several groups that there were questions related to how collective reporting would actually be possible and kind of what data would be used, and that I think also some countries would prefer like kind of individual reporting. And I think there's just to get this section going, I think that we have to be pragmatic as well. I think that, let's say, setting timeframes too short is not helpful because we won't have the data. And same goes for like any kind of review, for example. Like if we have a review every few years, that we really won't actually get out of that mode that we're in now, so to speak. So, and that is even more strengthened if you would entertain a revision. You know, it's a constant kind of ongoing negotiation of text then, which I'm not sure is helpful. But that's just like, yeah, my personal opinion. So like kind of a really pragmatic time frame that one allows for the best data to be used, and also lets us focus on implementing NCQG instead of like wasting capacity on kind of renegotiation parts of it. So that's just, yeah, that's what I was referring to. I'm not sure if we need to kind of have a language in there, kind of aspirational language, or we need to set the methodology. But I think what we know now, we can also just like list the data that we know we can use at this moment in time, because obviously we will be having to start reporting, even though we might not have additional data, because that will still have to be, you know, collected, but based on, you know, the data that we have available at this moment.
Thank you so much, Angela. And I'm so sorry for not mentioning that there is a paddle where you can add all these comments. I'm taking notes and I will transfer them, but it would be great if you all can add your comments in the paddle, in the Padlet, sorry. Then you can, yeah, like these points that you have been raising, please put it there, because it's extremely useful what you have been sharing, Fiona, Barbara, Angela. So please, if you can go to the Padlet and add your inputs, could be amazing. Then we'll be better catched than the work that I can do in this side. Perfect. Thank you so much, Angela. This is very, very useful as well. And I'm also taking notes of these points. So I would like to go with the rest of the colleagues. I will check with the Secretariat how long do we have, just to double check that we are on time. But I would like to give the floor to Salome. Salome Lethman. Sorry if I'm pronouncing very bad the names. So Salome, is there anything else that you would like to add in terms of, what are the solutions to bring all these inputs in the paper to the actual negotiating text? Is there something that for you would be relevant to ensure that is that you would like to mention, or if there is anything else that you would like to comment based on what we have been discussing this morning? Salome, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can.
Please.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. And hello, everyone. Well, first of all, I agree with what's been said before, notably on gender, additionality of climate finance to ODA, and so on. And I think one element as well that is mentioned in the input paper, I can't remember which paragraph is about reporting. And at the moment, we know that there's lots, if not most, developing countries already providing vast amounts of climate finance, but it's not necessarily being reported on, and we don't know like how much. And there's a lot of mistrust already when some developed countries point the fingers at developing countries to expand the contributor base. And I find that one way around it would be to extend and include consistent transparency requirements on like reporting across all countries, which is already included in the text, so that I guess would have more transparency around what's already provided either bilaterally or via the climate funds or MDBs. And of course, that would have to go along with technical and financial support to ensure that developing countries can receive, I guess, support in the preparation of their reporting.
Thank you so much, Salome. Is there anything that you like to add in terms of how to transfer these elements from the input paper to the negotiating text? Something that, in your point of view, it's important to consider in the moment to do this kind of transferring. Is anything that you would like to share on that bit?
I guess it would be more of a kind of statement recognizing already the funding already provided by some developing country, and encouragement, for example, to report on the finance that is already being provided, and kind of I don't know how that could be phrased, but ensure that there can be the technical and financial support extended to them if they're being asked to report on finance, as that can I guess be an extra burden. And if the NCQG is requiring them to report, then it would have to go along with I guess capacity supports, financial supports.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Salome. And also, I encourage you to add your comments in the Padlet, please.
Awesome.
Let me go with Sindra Sharma. Also, if you like to share some ideas, some thoughts, either in elements related to the content, as well as in your point of view, what's the best way, to translate these inputs into the negotiating text. Is there something that you would like to add? Sindra, welcome.
Thank you, Sandra. And I think I joined right in time to be called on. So my understanding, we're on transparency arrangements. Yes? Okay. So I think from the discussions that we've already had, we have a sense that, there's a lot of convergence around what the input paper had already presented, but there is also I think the things that aren't at the moment reflected and could be therefore reflected within the substantive framework that would be useful as you head into the COP as well, would be things that countries have expressed within their submissions, which aren't appearing, right? So, and a really important point for small island states would be around the sort of definitions of eligible transactions. And I know this appears in different parts of the input paper as well, but how we group it, I think, is really important, because it's really quite a core part of transparency, right? And we had this discussion a little bit yesterday in the breakout as well, just on the complexity of definition as well, and how to deal with it, be it through a negative list or similar. And I also noticed, and this was again something that came out in the discussions earlier on in the week, on one of the paragraphs. I'm just trying to find it. 1 second. It was 65, where you have the mention of co-benefits between climate action and the other sustainable development goals, in particular in the context of adaptation and disaster risk reduction. And I think rightfully it was identified that this should read loss and damage, right? Because that is an element within the Paris Agreement that needs to be reflected, and one of the needs and priorities that developing countries and small island states and least developed countries are consistently asking for. And 1 second, I'm just closing my door. And then in terms of some of the other elements, I think one of the other issues that was expressed in the previous days, and that doesn't appear in this section, which I think would be important, and links back to the type of transactions, is around looking at the determination of concessionality as well, right? So that the level of transactions are actually considered properly concessional and based on definitions that we have already. So that could be quite an easy fix. And also on the like I guess we could say minimum parameters of concessionality that must be met for transparency of transactions too. And I'm not sure exactly how if this was discussed already, but just around transactions for adaptation and loss and damage, right? That in transparency of reporting, that we have a clear understanding of what those flows are consisting of, right? So grants and highly concessional loans for those two instances, and then of course the sort of geographical and regional balance of those flows too. And yeah, agree with the things that have been said already around how the finance is also received, and this links to the conversation around excess, but the transparency on excess enhancement as well is really important, which doesn't appear at the moment within the input paper, and would be good to be reflected within the substantive framework as it appears within some of the blocks submissions as well. So that would be, time for access to the climate finance, what the costs for transactions may be, and all the other good stuff around distributional elements, gender responsiveness, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sindra. So just to recap this last bit that you were commenting. So what you would like to see is that it's if not the methodology per se, because probably it's difficult, it's important to acknowledge that there needs to be sort of a way to determine the level of concessionality, particularly for when the climate finance is reported, like it's identified what part of that finance reported is concessional. And the second element is more about the transaction costs related to adaptation in loss and damage. Also, what you suggest is that in the reporting, it's also important to kind of reflect those costs of transactions in the reporting. Am I capturing correct your idea, like in terms of what needs to be part of the reporting to be sure that we have the clear information in terms of concessionality and the transaction cost? Is that correct?
Yeah, so with the transaction cost would be across the board mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, just to understand how much money actually does reach the countries, the recipients. Yeah, but otherwise, yes.
Excellent. And I also, Angela, encourage you to add your comments in the Padlet. I will, for those that joined recently, let me put here, I'm going to send again in the chat, you will see again the Padlet for those that have been commenting. For those that have comments but probably just want to put it in the Padlet, please do so. Hi, Romy, welcome as well. So I will then continue with the participants. Thank you so much. So I will call Thomas Tyler. Thomas, as well, if you would like to comment, as we said in elements about the process in terms of how to. I know that this is a difficult task, but what in your point of view can be the best way to take all these inputs into the negotiating text, as well as any other element that you may see is missing in the actual content. So Thomas Tyler, could you want to come and share your thoughts or any comments that you may have?
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. I mean, retaining the focus on Section E and transparency, I think, other than the comments that have already been made, I think I have one thing in particular that I think should be added to Section E, which is as well as as what's already there in respect of the transparency arrangement around climate finance, is I think it's important that there's also transparency and submissions tracking progress towards paragraph 60 of the input paper, which is the steps taken towards enabling environments and policy framework. Because I think unless there is also transparency of steps taken year on year in respect of shifting those enabling environments, then there is no accountability for whether progress is being made. And we know that for a long time, there hasn't been progress against the commitments made in cover texts around enabling environments, particularly by the developed countries, and that this isn't just a question of the enabling environments for the absorption and the receipt of climate finance. In fact, actually, one of the big disenablers is the enabling environment in developed countries, which is preventing flows of climate finance to developing countries. So my main additional comment is that the transparency arrangements should include some of those qualitative elements, particularly those around paragraph 60 and enabling environments. Thank you very much, Sandra.
Thank you so much, Thomas. And I think this is a very, very important one that has been coming. Sorry, a lot of elements about let's enable environment, but what that means and how is that actually happening is something that is not very clear. And as you said, it's going to be really relevant for the whole architecture in terms of how it actually works, no, in practice. So thank you so much for this input, very valuable. Is there any other element that you see in terms of like bringing all these inputs to the negotiating text? Anything that you consider, let's say, it doesn't mean they have to consider, no, in terms of how to transfer or translate all these inputs in the negotiating text? Is there something that, in your point of view, has to be considered in this process, or any element about that procedure per se?
I'm not sure, unfortunately, Sandra. I'm not sure I've got anything to add to comments already made. I can continue to think on that, and if I think of anything, I'll pop it in the Padlet.
Awesome, thank you so much, Thomas. Yeah, I know this is quite difficult, particularly like as non-negotiators. Sometimes it's difficult to see that process itself. It's quite complicated. But thank you so much. Yeah, please, if you have any thoughts, please put them in the Padlet. So welcome also those colleagues that joined in recent minutes. I have been kind of like just talking and exchanging and calling colleagues to share their thoughts in terms of, first, we know that we are in the very last stage before the COP, where now all these inputs that have been, the co-chairs have been putting together based on submissions, based on all these TEDs, 11 TEDs already. So now how we are going to transfer all these inputs in the negotiating text, no? And now the question is what needs to be considered in that process, or what would be the best solution to do that? So I would like to also open the floor for colleagues that joined recently, Carl, Katza, and Romy, if you would like to add elements both related to the process itself in terms of how to transfer these inputs in the negotiating text, and we are talking particularly in the context of transparency arrangements that you will be able to find in the input paper in the section E, page 11. So if you have any thoughts, please. It could be both, like if you identify that there are elements that are missing in the first place in the input paper, in the content elements, that would be one element. So if there is something missing, And the second, let's say more at the content level. And the second is more about the format in the process, like how to transfer these inputs in the negotiating text that we have been saying this morning is not that easy, right? But the idea is just to reflect based on the experience, or based on what we observe, or what we think it should be done. It should be reflected in the negotiating text. So, Romy, would you like to just share some thoughts about the process itself, of if you see any elements that are not included in the text? I know that it's very early for many of you, but if you have any thoughts, any comments, every comment will be very, very welcome. So, Romy, would you like to share some thoughts?
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm still a bit sleepy. So of course, I think there are tiny bits missing in the text. But for me, that's not a major issue of this TED. So I'm a bit concerned and confused what input we're bringing to the ministerial level and to the political level, and how we proceed forward on that. So I was missing a bit a strategic approach on what we can decide on in this TED. Because I don't know who said it, but if we just put in everything that was streamlined and put out everything we disagree with, nothing might be left. So yeah, so nothing specific on where to add options. I think most options are covered somehow, but I had more of this overarching question. Sorry, I'm still a bit waking up.
Thank you so much, Romy. Yeah, exactly. I think there are so many elements that might be missing. It's true, and it's going to be probably very difficult to have all of them, but it's important just to kind of like flag what might be missing and might be needed, if not in kind of like to as we were discussing, like probably at the end of the day, the text will be very short, and we won't be able to add all the different options, but acknowledging those potential elements in the actual text will be also relevant, like for future work. And I think that would be also one element of the conversation. Like, we might not be able to cover every single element in the text, but it's how to kind of open some doors, like for future kind of revisions, and particularly for transparency is quite relevant, since transparency, as Barbara and Fiona mentioned before, is kind of a little bit of the core of the NCQG in many ways. Not the core in terms of, but it's like such an important piece, like to ensure that it's different from different commitments. So definitely this is important. And as you said, probably what is not clear so far, and probably at the end of today, we will have clarity, or hopefully in terms of what goes to the political level in the ministerial, what is the ask and what is needed, at that level. But for now, the aim is to identify how to translate, or how to reflect all these different elements in the negotiating text, since there are several perspectives, several views around these issues. So let me open also the floor for Carl. Carl, is there anything that you would like to add based on what you already heard, or any thoughts that you may have in terms of this question, how to basically, based on this input paper, what are the solutions, for translating ideas expressed in the paper into the substantive framework for a draft negotiating text? So, based on your experience, or any thoughts that you may have in terms of how to translate these inputs, you have the floor if you want to comment anything. Carl, would you like to say something about this?
Hi, Sandra. Thank you first for moderating so greatly this little group. I don't have any special expectation about the transparency arrangements, to be honest, given that we don't have the capacity here in Monaco, because I'm working for Monaco. We don't have the capacity at the national level to dive so deep in the texts and in such arrangements. But I saw some proposals on the Padlets, which, in my opinion, can be very useful for the substantive framework. For example, the idea of the chapeau proposed by Angela would be I think, a great thing to hand out to our ministers for their approval. And also, I heard earlier the ask for a concessionality definition. That would be, in my opinion, very helpful in the framework of climate finance definition at the para 64. And I think that's all for me.
Thank you so much, Carl, and thanks a lot. And yeah, if there is anything that comes to your mind in these few minutes, just please add it to the Padlet. It's going to be also important. But I think it's also very relevant what you mentioned about capacities, because I think this is the case for many countries, no? That sometimes the capacity to dig so deep in the text is limited, and that also kind of is part of the complex situation that we are facing in these negotiations. So many things happening and very little capacity to dig so deep. So thank you for sharing that. It's also very, very relevant for the process itself. So I think I have someone else that joined recently, Kaxa Napi, and my sincere apologies if I'm mentioning I'm not saying very correctly the names. I hope please, can you introduce yourself, because probably you
Yes.
will tell us how to
No
pronounce your name.
worries.
Sorry about that.
It's not the easiest name. Kajsan Watby. It's a very Swedish name. And thank you for this. I've been listening to the conversation, which I think has been really good. And then I agree with a lot of the proposals that have already been brought up. I liked, a lot of colleagues have spoken to gender, and I know we spoke about that also in the virtual breakout room yesterday. So it seems to be like a lot of the virtual participants have a strong focus on gender responsiveness. So I do think we could strengthen that language also in the transparency section, as was suggested by others. I also like this point made by a previous speaker on kind of some type of follow-up on enabling environments and steps taken to enhance enabling environments. I think that was quite interesting and something that we could bring into the draft text. But then I also, a key point from my side is that I think that we need to make sure that the NCQG doesn't only have transparency with regards to climate finance provided and mobilized, but also has transparency on the impacts and the results of the climate finance, so that we can see how we collectively have actually strengthened climate action as a result of NCQG. And I think I raised this point also yesterday in the virtual room, that I also think that is a really good way to be able to argue, like as a contributing country, you can argue to your taxpayers and to your government and to your parliament how impactful this finance is if you can really show the results. So if there's a way to enhance that part of the transparency framework, which I don't think is in the current kind of co-chair's input paper sufficiently visually there. So I think if we could strengthen that part and try to make it also, some colleagues raised yesterday that we don't want to enhance kind of reporting burdens. And I think that's true for all parties. Everyone reports so much already. So try to use the ETF as much as possible and use other kind of existing reporting schemes. But if we could try to gather information on results and impacts in a good way in relation to the NCQG, I think that would be really impactful and really show kind of the possibilities and the show how much we can do when we work together on climate action and when we help each other with finance. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and I think this is a very, very important element in terms of effectiveness that hasn't been reflected as well, or as how it should be part of the conversation, no? Because if we are talking about that NCQG is not only about quantity, it's also about quality. It's also important to discuss the quality also in terms of those impacts. And probably this balance that you mentioned is quite critical in terms of how to reflect those impacts, no? Who has to measure those impacts, and how to make it like a collaborative approach, and to avoid like increasing the burden on developing countries to report impacts as well. No? It's how the cycle of climate finance will support those assessments as well, to be able to report without having to, to bring all that kind of pressure on developing countries, but rather like make it more collaborative in a way. So it would be probably one way to approach these kind of like dilemmas that you mentioned, no? In terms of who has to do it and who gets the burden on the effective on the impact side. But it's in my point of view, is one of the critical elements as well, like effectiveness. NCQG has to be effective, and I think this is one way to go, or to measure, no, the level of effectiveness. So thank you so much. I think you already put those elements in the panel, but I also encourage the rest of the colleagues, if you have any thoughts or solutions that you would like to be reflected, please add it in the Padlet. And I think it's a very good way to reflect your ideas in a better way, rather not only my synthesis probably will be very small in comparison to what you can say in the Padlet. So thank you so much. I think we have 5 more minutes for this section before like wrapping up and trying to kind of summarize the different elements. I will try to kind of just recap a few pieces for the report back, but obviously every single piece that you add in the Padlet will be taken for the synthesis. I see your hand, Fiona. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. I'd just like to mention that and I said this yesterday, but the SCF BA global financial flows, climate finance flows, the latest figures they have for that is 2020. So in this statement, they say so that's not really, if we go back to that, that's not good. I mean, if you're trying to go back to 2020 to work out progress, you're 4 years behind. So, and it's not always 4 years behind. Sometimes it might be 3 years or whatever. The OECD manages to produce a report for 2022 and 2023, and they're basically the same figures. So I think that the word annual should be put in 70 instead of update reports. I think they should be annually updated, and that would be, provide a lot more management effectiveness to do that. So we've only got a few minutes. I'll leave it at that. And yeah, also, it's interesting with impact, is that like, going back to foreign aid, is that ex ante predictions of impact, or is it ex post predictions of impact, which are a lot harder to do, going back to a project site I'm trying to figure out what the things are. But anyway, I just thought that might be something useful to put in.
Thank you so
People
much.
understand that aid talk or their Latin.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Yeah, I think this element about the time frame for reporting is very relevant. I remember many discussions about why biennial is sometimes that is related to capacities in countries, or it's what they have been expressing in different occasions. But probably what you said is also like the lag. So instead of being 2 years behind, probably can be only one, no, instead of two, because two is quite a lot if you want to take decisions based on that information. Just having 2 years or even 3 lagging is not helpful, no, for the decision making process. But probably how to close the gap in the biennial instead of measuring too many years back, probably 1 year can be the solution. And most of the kind of reporting systems take 1 year back, no, instead of 2. So I think this is relevant. And but yeah, I mean, ideally yearly by year it would be ideal. But I heard that it sometimes is quite like complex in terms of capacities, no, to keep reporting, and as well as if we are talking now about impacts, potential reporting, impacts report might be also kind of complicated. But I think I totally agree with your point in terms of make it easy for the process, no, having newer information is better than very old information. Thank you so much. Okay, so also if you just if for this final minutes, please, if you have any additional thoughts that you would like to include, please add it in the Padlet. And I'm also very sorry because I just asked you I just called your names and I didn't ask you to introduce yourselves, which is my my bad. But well, you have been in the sessions before, so hopefully you know each other. Otherwise, it would be great also if you can just share your name in your institution, just for the sake of getting to know each other, since we have been in the process. And at the end of the day, we know that this convention and this agreement is all about collaboration based on the CBDR principles. So thank you so much to everyone for sharing your thoughts, sharing your perspectives about potential solutions to translate all this input paper into the negotiating text. It's going to be a very difficult task for the co-chairs, but I think any views that you are sharing are going to be very relevant for the co-chairs and for the process itself. So if I just want to know if there's anyone else or any additional point that you would like to bring to the table before we close. No, I don't see any hands. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone, for your inputs. And I will try to systematize those comments. Probably I'm going to just have a very quick resume in the reporting back. However, you will have the Padlet open in case you want to add any additional elements. So I just want to verify with the Secretariat, Deva, we are staying in this room, or we have to move just to continue the session.
Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, participants. So there will be a coffee break now on site, and everyone is expected to resume in the breakout groups at 11 a.m. local time. So that's about 20 minutes from now. So we do stay connected, and then we'll resume with the next topic on the context. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deba. Thank you, everyone. Talk to you later. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, for moderation. So apologies for clarifying. So we have another breakout session afterwards.
Yes, in around 20 minutes, there is going to be another breakout group.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Tori.
That's what they're doing.
Well, that should be easy. It doesn't cost money. You shoot the money towards gender.
Hi, Fiona, just to tell you, your mic is open. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. Welcome back from the coffee break. The Secretariat are indicating that we should make a start in a moment or two, and we're going to run for about an hour until what will be 12:30 local time. I know lots of people will be in different time zones, but highlighting that yes, we'll continue for around an hour of discussion now or until inputs are exhausted. For those of you I haven't met or participated before, my name is Tom Taylor. I'm a representative of the International Chamber of Commerce, so the Business Observers and Bingo delegation. And I understand from the Secretariat that this hour we're going to be focusing on comments and suggestions for amendments to the input paper focused on section B, which is the context section. And the Secretariat have uploaded a link to a Padlet in the chat. So please also feel free to add your comments, including the comments that you make in your interventions, to the Padlet, and we can coordinate those for feedback. Before I start, would anybody in the group like to be the one who feeds back to the session? Alternatively, I can coordinate the feedback and feedback, but there is the opportunity for anyone who would like to volunteer to do that. Okay, no problem at all. So I think unless the Secretariat indicates otherwise, I understand that we're looking at section B of the input text from the co-chairs, and so yes, the floor is open for anyone who would like to give comments or make suggestions for things that either are missing or suggestions for moving towards negotiating text in terms of that context section. So the floor is open. Sindra, I can see you've raised your hand. Please come in. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Thomas. I thought I'd break the ice or try to. So as I guess with other sections, as has been discussed already within this group today, but also yesterday, I think the context section could also benefit from a chapeau. And therein, you could just reaffirm the collective responsibility to support ambitious climate action, the principles of the Paris Agreement and the Convention, and reaffirm equity, CBDRC, and the rights to development as well. And one thing that we heard quite strongly in the first day when this section was discussed in the main room during the ad hoc work program was on acknowledging the historical emissions and disparities and the need to provide scale support for those most affected as well. So a substantive framework could also draw out these elements in the chapeau and and on climate finance, which I think we already discussed this, but needs a definition, and that it's integrated with technology transfer and capacity building while advancing the reform of the global financial systems to provide direct access to funding for vulnerable communities in developing countries generally, but also just to reaffirm within the chapeau maybe that loss and damage is a core component alongside mitigation and adaptation as well. Thank you. Oh, you're muted.
Tom, sorry, you were muted, so we didn't hear you. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, my apologies. No, I was simply thanking Sin for her comment and saying that those comments have been noted, and also, Sindra, if you'd like to add them to the Padlet for the Secretariat, please do. Karima, if I've got that right, please, the floor is yours. I can see your hand.
Yes, thank you very much, Tom, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. So, yeah, just to chip in on what Sindra was saying, I agree that the decision on the NCQG could benefit from a chapeau, reflecting some principles or some context. Yes, principles maybe. And also drawing from what is already in this chapter in section B, which is, I think, does reflect, I would say, most of the context elements that we discussed already through time, and also are very much in line with the mandate that we have and the decision text that we have. Of course, there are some elements like the one cited by the colleague, the reflection of loss and damage is, of course, something that, it's quite political, as we know. But my feeling on that is that in the context, it would be possible to recognize, along the lines with what is written there. So recognizing the impact of the slow onset events and the growing impacts of loss and damage and so on. So I think in this context, it would also be possible to recognize loss and damage without, a lot of issues, so to say. There are some elements that, of course, I feel would be a little bit difficult on one side and a little bit beyond what we need to do on the other. We know, for example, that referring to some regional groups in terms of needs and circumstances is difficult. So my feeling would be that we want to avoid, in the context part, the reference to some groups of countries. Another point I see is the one on CBDRRC, which of course is a principle. Is something that is embedded in the Paris Agreement. But if we want to put that in context, in the context of the NCQG, which mandate is Article 9.3, I would feel that this concept should be linked with the recognition of the evolving needs and evolving capabilities also to contribute, because I think this is, one concrete way of put into the ground and make concrete the principle of, especially of respective capabilities, which again are evolving through time. I think I have a couple of other issues, but maybe I will leave it at there and maybe come back later. Sorry for the background noise. Thank you.
No, absolutely no need to apologise, Karima, and thank you for those comments. And yes, please, if you've got further things to add, please do raise your hand again. Would anybody else like to contribute? And I think Secretariat, I think Fiona was struggling with her microphone. So if you could look into whether that could be addressed, that I think she would be grateful. I can see that that's been done. Yes, Fiona, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I was just thinking there where it says loss and damage, it should be additional to adaptation and mitigation. I don't think it was set up to be just to transfer money from adaptation and mitigation to loss and damage. I think it should be additional to funding that would naturally go to loss and damage and adaptation. And also, I think the additionality is my thing. I think it should be where it mentions IFIs and IDBs, MDBs, that it should say that when they do scale up climate finance, that they make sure that it's not at the expense of other development priorities. Yeah.
Thank you, Fiona.
That's it. Yes, thank you.
No, I mean, if you have a another point, please do make it. But I've got that noted down on particularly the additionality point. Karima, please come back in.
Thank you, Tom, again. So maybe let me chip in on this additionality thing, because I'm happy to hear that the colleague is, additionality is your thing, because sometimes I do struggle a little bit to understand how we can frame the concept here in the NCQG, because as you know, I mean, the NCQG is not a channel to convey climate finance, but the NCQG is, I like to say it's a kind of empty box, right? So creating the framing through which every channel of climate finance would extend and commit the finance. So it's, I would understand that better if we were, I don't know, setting up a fund, or if we were talking to, the MDBs and the IFIs, or, we can encourage and we can speak to that point maybe. But again, I'm not very sure how much the NCQG can do in that direction. And also, especially in the context of loss and damage, I'm a bit concerned, because here, at least, that's the view of. That's my view, and the view at least some EU countries where, loss and damage is framed in the Paris Agreement in a very peculiar way, and it's not under Article 9, and it's not under the obligations to support developing countries that is written under Article 9.1. And also considering that the NCQG's mandate is explicitly Article 9.3, rather Article 9.1, so that holds in general, but that also holds especially for loss and damage, which is framed under Article 8, and where there is no distinction between developed and developing countries in support activities, and it's framed rather as a cooperation activity, and of course, which is very logical, because loss and damage is of course a problem for all of the countries and not only for developing countries. But having said that, of course, we have a fund for responding to loss and damage, of which Italy, by the way, the country I'm from and I work for, has been one of the, of the biggest committers to that fund. So we are very happy for that. So we, of course, recognize the role of these funds to support developing countries in addressing loss and damage. But again, here, to me, I mean, speaking to the additionality, especially for loss and damage in the context of the NCQG, is really something which, frankly, I would struggle to see, like, to become reality and to become very concrete in the context of the NCQG. So just to say that, yeah, we recognize loss and damage as it is in the context of the Paris Agreement. But when it comes to additionality, again, we know all the issues that the additionality concept brought to climate finance, and also to the, it's also linked to all the difficulties we are having in finding a definition of climate finance. Maybe I wanted to just speak to another point, and sorry, I have the section B in front of me, and I thought that would be very difficult point. Oh, I'm sorry for that. I just missed that, but I can come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karima. Fiona, did you want to come back in?
Yeah, I just say that the NCQG, if you look at the Paris Agreement, is a continuation of the $100 billion goal, and it's a collective quantitative goal. And the previous goal was in US dollars. So it is a collective quantitative goal. So if a country or the contributor countries put money into loss and damage, that's less money they have to put into adaptation and mitigation and still meet that goal. So, I mean, and loss and damage, so it wasn't envisaged as a way to, it is outside there, so it should be a separate goal. Otherwise, it's just transferring money for an adaptation and mitigation, because it is a collective quantitative goal. And, the maths is you give so many billions of dollars to loss and damage, that's less, it's so many $1 billion of loss of money that you don't have to contribute to mitigation and adaptation. I'll leave it at that. I hope that was diplomatic.
No, thank you, Fiona. I've noted the point. I think, yeah, if you're, I suppose it depends how the rest of the goal ends up being framed. That if there's a particular number, then I see what you mean about how you slice the pie. So some of it does depend on the structuring of the quantitative element of the goal, I think. But I do see what you're saying, that you don't want it to be additional targets that reduce money for other things. It all has to be additional to previous commitments, I think is what you're saying. But do come back in if I've misunderstood.
Well, it's difficult to identify. Sorry. To identify a previous, just because you're doing a counterfactual of what would have happened anyway. But I think it should be there that that we don't want loss and damage because money transferred from our previous target, from what would have been a target for, and I assume there's going to be a quantitative goal. There's going to be amount, and it should be in US dollars. I don't know, whatever else could be hours of negotiations, whatever, but it should be in US dollars, and well, or some other metric as independently valuable as that, that represents finance. Well, finance is just usually measured in US dollars internationally. So yeah, I will. Thanks.
Thank you, Fiona. Would anybody else like to raise a hand and make a point? Karima, please.
Thank you, Tom, and sorry for coming back again. But I would profit from the time that we have until other colleagues do maybe think about their intervention. Maybe if I can go to suggestions for the section B. I mean, my overall feeling, my overall suggestion would be, as usual, in a way, when we deal with the decision text, to stick as much as possible to the language that we have already and the language that is reflected in the decisions for the NCQG. And especially when it comes to new concepts, for example, I think we have here a reference to right to development. We have the concept of historical responsibility. We have even the concept of climate justice, which, of course, I mean, in different degrees, I think it's a kind of a new language that would be put into the finance-related decision text, and which are not specifically defined in this context. So I would maybe ask for caution in that regard, especially when it comes to concepts that are not directly related to climate change. For example, the right to development. I would also, I think, going from this language to decision text language wouldn't be very difficult. I think it's already a very good basis where to start from. Though I would also suggest to streamline as much as possible so that to have quite a concise and overarching section for the context, as we will see a lot of other details in other sections, and of course reflecting, I would say that this section would reflect all the concept and all the principles that we have already in the decision text on the NCQG, but still, in a as concise manner as possible. I think one important concept to retain would be paragraph 29, which is an important finding from the IPCC AR6, which I think it's important to retain in the context part, as it would give, a very good argument and a very good framing of what we have to do here, especially if we are, talking about a goal which is composed by a support goal directed to developing countries, as well as a global goal, a global, achievement that we need all the countries need to go towards. And I think this element is very important to also substantiate the reason why we need this global goal. And yes, I think anyway, I mean, this section is quite lengthy, but it does include all the elements. So my take would be cautious with new concepts which are not defined within, any decision in the past. Be cautious, of course, with political issues, including loss and damage. Which, for example, I mean, from our side, I would say we don't see loss and damage even within the scope of the NCQG. So again, the mandate is very clear, 9.3, which does include mitigation and adaptation. So loss and damage is not really within the scope. But that's, again, a discussion we would need to have. And yes, and I think it will be very easy to go from here to decision text. So I guess our co-chairs will be very much, it would be very easy for them to propose as a good decision text. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to come in? Yes, Sindra, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Thomas. So I would question that this is new language and not, within the sort of mandate of the NCQG, and especially Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, which we read in addition to Article 2, 4, right, and 9. So I would disagree on those elements, especially the ones that you highlighted, Karima, on the historic responsibility. And there's actually a lot of work that's been done on then the issue of loss and damage, which you mentioned does not appear within Article 9. But if we look at the mandate again and the evolving needs and priorities of developing countries, and if we read Article 2 within its entirety, then you can see loss and damage is there. So I think I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sindra. Any other hands? Are there any points that people have made in the Padlet that they'd like to voice over, perhaps? I don't know if it's possible to share the Padlet on the meeting screen. There we go. Thank you, Deba. So I'll just, unless someone would like to raise a hand to come in and voice these over. So I will just, thank you. Salome, would you like to come in?
Hey, yes, thank you. They were all mine.
You are the anonymous shark.
I am.
Okay, thank you.
Salome from Mexico. Wait, let me just have a look at what I wrote. So I start with the fact that actually paragraph 35 mentions we need to learn the lessons from the 100 billion, but doesn't actually spell out any of these lessons. So it'd be an encouragement to do that, because I think it's like good to have it in there and recognize what worked and what didn't, even if done not in so much detail, but just a bit more than what's in there currently. Then paragraph 17 also mentions the need to recognize the special needs of LDCs and SIDS, And that's a point that we discussed yesterday already, but the need to recognize as well the, I guess, special needs and challenges of fragile and conflict affected states, notably on access to climate finance. I know not all country parties agree on the inclusion of a mention of FCAS in there, but as discussed yesterday on access, fragile and conflict affected states receive, I think it was like less than 1% of total adaptation finance globally. So I think it's quite important to flag it and to include, to have just a reference to the needs of FCAS in the context would be good. And then my two other points were already made earlier by others, is on the need to recognize the entirety of Article 9 and not just 9.3, and make sure that the NCQG decision reflects the mandate within the entirety of Article 9. And then lastly, something that was said already on the importance of restating CBDRC and framing the NCQG within Article 2.2 of the Paris Agreement on equity and CBDRC. But that's already been discussed.
Thank you for voicing those over, Salome. I think your first point's a really interesting one in terms of, do you think we have, and obviously the parties and observers who are in the room in Baku and who've been involved all the way through this 3-year process, do you think we have a common understanding of what the lessons of the 100 billion are? Because I suspect that we don't.
I doubt everyone has the same understanding of what the lessons are, obviously, but if there is to be a reference of the lessons learned, then this needs to be expanded, right? For example, there's the fact that it was a collective goal and there was no accountability as to who should pay and how much, no fair shares mechanism or burden sharing arrangements, meaning that everyone felt responsible and not responsible at the same time. There's been many reports on what lessons are, and I think probably some of them are, I guess, acknowledged by almost everyone, and if so, they should be specified. For example, the fact that access to climate finance has been difficult. It feels like there's more and more convergence around this, so at least this should be explained, or I guess difficulties with reporting and double counting and everything we've mentioned. I think, if not too controversial, should definitely be added to this paragraph and expanded upon.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. If there's going to be language saying the lessons need to be learned, then I think finding some commonality of what mutually agreed lessons are would be useful. And I suppose from my own point of view, and as a representative of the business observers community, and recognizing the strongly felt differences of opinion about the role of private finance in the goal, nonetheless, I think there are lessons to be learned around the mobilization of private finance within, for example, the OECD's assessment of the 100 billion delivery, and the stubborn refusal of that to scale, which links to some of both the language that I referred to in the previous session around enabling environments, but also some of the language that's in this section. I think the point previously made around paragraph 29 also links to some of the things in paragraph 22 around systems transformation and mobilization of finance. So I'm not claiming that that's a universally agreed lesson of the 100 billion, but it's one that, for example, for the group that I represent, I think would be important. So I thank you, Salome, for voicing those over. Would anyone else like to raise a hand and contribute? Fiona, please.
Just make a short comment on one of, sorry. I just make a short comment on the problems with the previous 100 billion goal, and I think the biggest one was no definition of what actually constitutes climate finance. So countries went for the default option of using the OECD Development Assistance Committee Rio markers system, and that system does, it doesn't deal with additionality. There's no additionality framework in there. So yeah, that is the problem, and so that puts all those figures in doubt, basically. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Fiona. Yes, I think if we were to start to list lessons from the 100 billion, and I think thinking about some of the conversations that we've heard over the last both 4 days and 3 years, I suspect that the importance of definition would be somewhere near the top. So thank you for that. Okay, would anyone else like to come in? The Secretariat have said that if contributions have come to a natural end, we can take a break before resuming with the rest of the in-person meeting at 1/2 the hour. But there is, of course, still time if anyone would like to contribute. And I think the Padlet will also remain available. I can emphasise that in the chat of the meeting if people would prefer to contribute that way. Okay, so I'm not seeing any further hands, or if anyone just wants to come off mute and contribute, they're very welcome to. Alternatively, I think we can take a break for just under 25 minutes and be ready to resume at 1/2 the hour in whichever time zone and context you are. So thank you very much for the contribution. Salome, please come back in.
Yeah, sorry, just a question. So we're coming back at 1/2 in the plenary, or is like when are we resuming?
I believe it's 1/2. Deba, can you confirm?
I can confirm, Tom. It's 1:30 p.m. local time.
Okay.
So it's a little past noon in local time in Baku. And then there'll be a lunch break, and at 1:30 p.m. So it's a little less than 1.5 hours.
Okay, so I misspoke in that case. Thank you for checking that, Salome. So
cheers.
Yeah, so in just under 90 minutes rather than 30 minutes, we will resume. Thank you for your clarifying question as well there, Salome. So yes, so we have, as they're taking lunch in Baku, we will also have a longer break now. Yes, we'll be back with the plenary in about 80 minutes time. Thank you all for your contributions, and I will do my best to faithfully summarize them and report back to the plenary. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Colleagues, if we can start settling down and taking your seats.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Hope you had a nice lunch. We might make a start for our afternoon session. And the report backs from the working group discussions from this morning. So we might begin with our virtual group today. So Sandra, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Or Tom? Sandra or Tom? Oh, hi, Sandra.
Hi, Fiona. Hi, Zahir. Hi, colleagues. Thank you so much. Great to see you. Almost there. So I will report back on the transparency arrangements conversation. And the question was precisely about, based on the updated input paper, what are solutions for translating ideas expressed into the substantive negotiating text in draft. So I will present two main clusters of points. So the first one was precisely about the format, how to bring these inputs to the negotiating text. And another element was also related to some missing elements that the participants identified that also wanted to share. So in terms of the potential solutions to express these inputs in the negotiating text, well, there are 4 points. So the first one is that it's important to keep shortening the text because some elements are still redundant. One participant proposed to include a chapeau paragraph where it's possible to set the scene and a little bit of the general goal of the transparency arrangements, like to have kind of like introduction. And then there were two proposals. One is to bring those kind of main ideas to the text, potentially in brackets at the moment, but that it is important to kind of to reflect the different essence of the proposals. And then there was a second idea in identifying the convergences that exist across all the arrangements, the transparency arrangements, and present those convergences in the text. The third potential option is to combine both, bring the convergences in the text, but also potentially bring those kind of outstanding issues that might be kind of different, but bring them to the text to reflect those different approaches. This is a little bit in terms of the process in how to bring it to the text. But there are also other elements that participants mention in terms of missing elements. I'm going to mention some, others or the rest you will find them in the Padlet. So the first point is to clearly differentiate or separate what is ODA from climate finance through a better methodology or a climate finance definition. Participants mentioned that the methodologies that we have so far are not clear in terms of how we are going to measure the additionality, and it's important to have that definition for the whole transparency framework. The second one is related to, according to participants, transparency arrangements shouldn't report only in the provision and mobilization of climate finance, but also other qualitative elements. For instance, what are the enabling environmental actions that are in place to mobilize these resources. That is important also to track those. And it's also important to track the impact of climate finance. So it's important that the NCQG is able to reflect not only the quantity of money that has been transferred, but also to what extent this money has been reducing emissions or reducing vulnerability, and how to do it in a way that is not created further burden in developing countries. In terms of also elements that should be included in the transparency framework were mentioned the levels of concessionality. So how much has been related to levels of concessionality, and also the cost of capital. The participants mentioned that it's important to reflect the real amount of climate finance that has been mobilized and provided, and that has been arrived to the countries. And the last point in this regard was that it's important to ensure that climate finance is gender responsive, and that the transparency mechanism has to also be able to track to what extent these resources are being gender responsive. And final, the other point related to this is precisely that the transparency mechanisms or the transparency arrangements should be able to measure the access to climate finance. So if access will be one important part of the NCQG, how we are tracking to what extent countries are accessing, and to what extent the money is getting to local, indigenous, youth, women groups that are groups that needed the money the most. My final point is that there were mentioned that in paragraph 66, for instance, a relation to climate finance, report climate finance collectively, it's important to define a methodology, or if it is an individual reporting, but that will be reflected collectively. So it's important in the narrative. And there were also mentioned that it's important to kind of assess the role of the standing committee. If the standing committee will play a role in the transparency arrangements, it's important to assess the capacities and the tools and mechanisms that the standing committee has, such as the VA, that is very important, but doesn't have updated information. So it's how to reconcile the role of the standing committee in this process if the information that we have so far is not as fresh that is needed to improve decision-making processes. I will leave it there, Fiona's here, and hopefully the rest of the elements will be also reflected in the Padlet, hoping that are useful for the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sandra, and lovely to see you. Thanks for moderating the session, and to all our virtual participants as well. Next, we also have Tom, who is online. Tom, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Fiona. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you to everyone in the online breakout room for their constructive and respectful contributions. I moderated the discussion on section B in context, and have a number of points to feedback. The first was a request for a streamlined content section to make things more concise. There was a suggestion, again, similarly, that a chapeau could be added, and a suggestion that reaffirms principles of collective responsibility, historic responsibility, and the principles laid out in the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Echoing what Sandra fed back from her section, there was also a contribution on the importance of definition, particularly on climate finance, but also technological transfer, reference to sustainable development, and need for the reform of the financial system and global economy. Participants stressed the importance of recognition of long-term impact and loss and damage. There was also a contribution emphasizing the importance of the principles of CDRRC, but also contributions stressing the recognition of evolving needs and capabilities to contribute over time. In terms of loss and damage, there was a contribution suggesting that it was important to make clear the need for additionality rather than loss and damage funding taking away from funding for mitigation or adaptation. And similarly, in terms of the references to the multilateral development banks and IFIs, a stress on the importance of additionality of climate finance, which should not be at the expense of development priorities. There was a presumption voiced that the goal will be expressed in US dollars. There was also a recognition of the importance of paragraph 29, referencing the IPCC AR6, giving important baseline and context. And in respect of that paragraph's references to finance and investment, there are links that could usefully be made to paragraphs 22, 33, and 34. A contribution stressed that if there are going to be references to lessons being learned from the 100 billion, that being clearer around what those lessons are and how they should be reflected would be useful. There was also a request for the importance of a reference to the need for access to finance, particularly for fragile and conflict-affected states and their particular needs. I hope that I've faithfully reflected the conversation in our breakout room, and hand back to you, Fiona. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and thanks for your time in moderating the session. And again, thank you to all of our virtual participants who no doubt had to join at awkward hours of the day. Thank you very much. So now we will move to our in-person breakout group readouts. And I think we will start in reverse order to yesterday. We will start with the group Highland Park, which was moderated by Marlet and Jeremy. So who will be reporting for those groups?
Good afternoon. I'm the one reporting, and thank you, and thank to the group for entrusting me with that task. So in the discussion, there appeared to be a general agreement on the importance of collective compilation of information related to climate finance with a focus on party engagement. The Standing Committee on Finance is expected to prepare an aggregate report, though questions remain about where this report will be considered and under which agenda item, and if it is a standalone or part of an existing system such as a BA. The BA being regular report provide an opportunity for tracking progress and determining if its structure needs to be adjusted accordingly. While some see it as a potential tool for measuring progress, some argue it is more suitable for providing an overview of global investment rather than tracking specific support provided and mobilized. There is a recognition of the ETF as a potentially useful tool, but also acknowledgement of its current limitation. Many parties seem to agree that some form of adaptation and supplementation of to the ETF might be necessary to capture all relevant information, particularly regarding the mobilization of climate finance and private sector contributions. There is also a shared understanding that the NCQG is part of assessing overall progress, and that any change to reporting mechanism should take this into account. There is still questions whether the current reporting are sufficient or whether they should be supplemented through external reports such as MDB's report, OECD. One of the main areas of divergence centers around the role of potential modification of the ETF. Some arguing for designing or building on the existing framework guided by principles such as maintaining UNFCCC oversight, ensuring consistency and comparability. They emphasize the need for a complete value chain of reporting and multilateral process. In doing so, transparency should have three areas: measurement against 9.5, reporting through BT, biennial transparency report, and verification through biennial assessment and multilateral assessment. Others suggest exploring options outside the ETF and making significant adjustment to it. The timing of potential changes to reporting mechanism is another point of divergence. While some arguing for immediate actions to address shortcomings as soon as the NCQG is adopted, Others suggest to wait until 2028 to make substantial change in line with the MPG review or give a specific mandate to SABSA. There is a disagreement on the definition of climate finance, some noting a lack of goodwill by certain countries to establish a clear definition. This ties into broader concern about comparability and the need of underlying instruction to ensure fair burden sharing. This is the view of certain parties that common information is critical to track progress toward achievement of the goal. It was also indicated that perhaps a review will not be required if we adjust current system such as report of the BA. The role of the review and revision process is also disputed. Some support annual commitment and having biannual report. It's also emerged that the review process with milestones, including a significant stock take, is required to ensure that the goal is met and make strong recommendation on how it could be met. They argue for reviewing progress against needs and revising not just the quantum, but also other aspect, qualitative element of the goal. However, not all agree on the frequency, scope, necessity of such review. In conclusion, where there is a broad agreement on the need for improving reporting and transparency mechanism, significant divergence or different views remain on how to achieve it, particularly in terms of timing, scope, specific tool to be used, noting that the discussion was constrained by the lack of clarity on the structure, as well as the lack of information of the real quantum that should be tracked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alpha? And who is reporting for Jeremy's group? Is that you, Jeremy? Oh.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I'm reporting on context. There was a general consensus in the room that the section is too long, and it will need to be more organized in a more logical order, and there's need for streamlining, and it can be structured better. And part of the proposals was to start by indicating where we are, and this could probably be somehow backward looking in terms of what has happened in the past, reflecting on the US 100 billion and the lessons learned, and it could cover some of the paragraphs in 35 to 38, which can also be further summarized, as well as the group felt they were too long. There was also a proposal that this second component could look at what is the NCQG for, and this could probably focus on the current status and also the understanding of the objective of the NCQG. Also borrowing on paragraph 8, where some parties didn't envisage the NCQG as an investment element, and they envisaged it as provision and mobilization of affordable climate finance to developing countries. So it would be good to get clarity what the NCQG is for. And then in that element, it can also focus on current and forward-looking elements, also reflecting on the science in line with the IPCC, and then the scope. Although there were divergent views on what the scope could potentially look at in terms of whether it's mitigation and adaptation, or there's also loss and damage, and if there'll be outcome-focused climate goals. And then there was the aspect on the needs of developing countries, including the special needs of all diseases, and the need to have this component also reflecting on challenges such as the high cost of capital, the limited fiscal space to deal with climate impacts for developing countries. And then the third component was a proposal to focus on forward-looking and what we need to do or to take into consideration, including the recognition of the need to scale up efforts to support ambitious climate plans and acknowledging that in support will also allow for higher ambition and action. And there was a reflection also on principles, but how they can be presented, we didn't envisage maybe a separate aspect to discuss the principles, but maybe just a reflection. And the group discussed also on paragraph 25 on indigenous peoples, which they felt was a bit too long, probably to need a bit of some streamlining as well. And then I think largely those were some of the discussions. And then, of course, paragraph 11 to respond to Asian needs of countries in terms of indices and NAPs, and also recognizing that it's not just the current indices, because like next year parties are also going to be resubmitting their indices as well. So that was part of what the parties discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Veronica, and thank you to Jeremy and Marlet for moderating the Working Group Highland Park. Next, we will go to the Working Group Palace of the Shavanshahs, and that's Katie and Bertha. So who will be doing those readouts? Please, Emily. Hi. Yeah, so I was in one of the brigade groups, and we'll start with the transparency arrangement section and then give the floor over to Ritika, who will do the other section. So in our group, we were talking about that the sequencing could maybe be looked into a little bit more in the transparency arrangement section. We discussed that there are multiple ways of doing it. I got the sense that there was no one who was wedded to one specific way, but we discussed, for example, a sequencing on what to report on, where to report, or who to report, or the other way around. So the exact opposite. In regards to what to report on, we had some conversation around definitions of climate finance in the group. And while there was some recognition of the importance, and some support for looking into it further, I think, yeah, and maybe also adding that it could be both in like a positive sense, what's counted in, and also in a negative sense, so what is not counted in. There was a sense that time might be a little bit too short to sort it out within the NCQG. We discussed that the section could benefit from developing options where options might be either mutually exclusive or complementary, or where there is some convergence on most parts, except maybe for one particular element in a specific paragraph or section. That could, for example, be who to report, and that would be then dependent on the outcome of the design of another element in the goal. Generally, I think I've heard a lot of convergence in general, but also in our group, we were discussing the ETF as the backbone reporting tool. And co-chairs might want to disentangle this element from what it is linked to right now, since there seems to be a lot of commonality that was discussed in our group. So it's a distinct element, and building on that, then adding some of the paras, speaking to further information as appropriate and potentially in options. Capturing qualitative elements in the transparency section, that came up a little bit yesterday, also in the report backs. For example, in the access section, there was some need to operationalize through the transparency section explored yesterday. Another example was some of these kind of inclusivity elements, for example, on gender responsiveness. And we discussed that needed maybe to also be reflected in this section. But of course, when it all comes together, it will be somehow. And then there was a suggestion raised as well on an SCF report or alike, capturing both quantitative and qualitative elements, recognizing the importance of accounting for both. Yeah, I think I'll stop there from transparency and then over to Ritika. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for your reflections. In continuation of Emily's reflection on transparency, we had a very constructive and healthy discussion on the context section as well. There was a broad consensus in the group that the section is too long and needs streamlining and structuring. It was also mentioned by members that many of the paras, including those with some contentious issues for different parties, lack options. As examples of such issues, one of the members suggested that paras 8 to 10 should have options. There are other such paras with contention issues, and options could be of help. We spent a lot of time deliberating on what we are trying to achieve through the goal and through the context section in this goal. The views were along the same lines that the context is meant to set the scene for the NCQG and thus should be structured further to do so. We discussed a possible structure for the context as well. This could include things like what has taken place so far in the space of climate finance, like the $100 billion goal. What are we trying to achieve through the goal with reference to the Paris Agreement, which gives the objective of the goal? How it is to be achieved, again with reference to Paris Agreement. What are the needs, with options on how needs are measured? Who does what? And finally, that the context should speak to other sections in the goal. There could be options for each of the subparts in the context. It was also mentioned that the context section could also talk about challenges and how the goal respond to these challenges and lessons learned from the $100 billion goal. Some specific concerns were shared about the ambiguity in para on the SCF report and whether the context would have some operational part to play in the goal. The need for inclusion of issues like gender, age responsiveness, and different groups having differential needs in the context section was also mentioned by some members, and that the framing of language in this respect would be very crucial. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rinika and Emily. So, Katie, was there someone to report back from your group? Or was that covered?
Fiona, I was in a group of Bertha, so I can report back. We were the other palace that needs to report back. So I think for our group, we had a very constructive conversation with lots of opportunities to enhance understanding amongst the members of our group. I'll start to report back on transparency, and then our colleague from India will take over for the context part. But others of my group feel free to complement where necessary. So as the exercise is now to focus on commonalities and solutions, I'm glad we found quite some common understanding in our group, especially on the ETF as a baseline for the NCQG to be anchored in. Also, we considered it would prove useful to complement the ETF with additional sources of information to ensure that the NCQG and all its aspects it might comprise of is fully reflected. There are multiple ideas for capturing additional information and what bodies, such as the SCF, for example, could take up a role in this regard, but in general, there's quite some willingness to advance on the specifics. What also was mentioned as an important element linked to transparency is the matter of climate finance definition. We all recognize that work is ongoing in that regard in the SCF, but it could be considered as an option for the NCQG to provide guidance on what should or should not be counted as climate finance to advance clarity and have then the SCF to build further on this. Our group also discussed other elements that could be captured in the transparency modalities of the new goal while still reflecting on how best to do this, like the inclusion of loss and damage, for example, or increased reporting efforts of the MDBs. We also identified some other elements we could consider to be more concrete on, such as challenges related to reporting requirements, capacity building in data collection, addressing the issue of double counting, data ownership, and data access. So more consideration could go into this and how to reflect this concretely in a decision text. And then to conclude, it was stated multiple times to avoid overlap, to avoid creating new processes, while duly taking into account and using the existing tools we already have in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steen.
I'll report on context. Thank you, Steen. Before I begin, let me thank Bertha for moderating the session. Now coming on to the context section. We started with elements, what we are trying to achieve, the broader context like sustainable development, a reference to financing gap that developing countries are facing, The overarching principles of equity, CBDRRC, principle of conventions, and Paris Agreement should be part of the context. Some member also mentioned that thematic area of mitigation, adaptation, and loss of damage should also be included. We also discussed that the roles of actors needs to be clarified. Then some member view that context should include para-on urgent need to support implementation of current NDCs and NAPs, increase ambition and accelerate action, taking into account the evolving needs of developing country parties. It should also recognize that we are not doing enough, and that's why we are having financing gap. There was also some reference to GST decision. We should have some inclusive element like gender, indigenous people, etc. Context should be based on action which are in coherence with the goal. And then there was also reference to high cost of capital and other barriers to accessing finance. And it was felt that it should be part of the context. We also discussed whether we should have an overarching context as a standalone section or each section have some element of context. Then it was also expressed that understanding scales of needs, insets, and ability of the resolution of country in terms of political, economic, and social circumstances of country and heterogeneity are important. Therefore, there is a need to scale up efforts to support national climate plan while acknowledging that enhanced support will allow for higher ambition and action, and that there is a need to find the right language to find link with financing gap. There was also discussion on para 35 and 38, which talks about 100 billion goal. And some member expressed that as there is no consensus on 100 billion goal, therefore, rather than saying that the goal has been met, we can talk about what lessons learned from the 100 billion goal. And para on needs and priorities can be streamlined. And then we had diverging view on para 17 and 19 on special needs and priorities of the specific reasons. And some members of the view that it is weakening the narrative and the broader context should be to try and protect access to financing. There was also reference to adding mountain region. And then there was a discussion on para 20, which is confusing. We don't know what geographic distribution means. Therefore, members were of the view that there should be an overall reference to developing countries in place of equitable geographic distribution. Then on para 31, it was discussed that having reference to 2.1c is not right without having any reflection of what it include and what not. And therefore, it should not be the part of the context. Rather, 2.1c should be deleted and should be captured in the preamble as Article 2 as a whole. And para 22 language need to be reworked and links to financing gap. Para 12 doesn't accurately capture the mandate of NCQG to take into account needs and priorities and not just to recognize. And it was mentioned that there should be splitting of principle and circumstances part. Para 15 needs to be removed from the context. We don't have any clarity on the actors. Saying that all actors are needed to implement Paris Agreement is not correct, as the mandate of NCQG is coming from Article 9, and that is very clear who are the actors. Therefore, we can move this para 15 to some other sections. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That covers that group. Next, we have working group Baku Boulevard, which is Joe and Alejandra.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there were no parties that were willing to volunteer, so sadly you're stuck with me to do the report back. But I would like to thank the participants for a really great discussion, and Leo from the Secretariat for excellent note-taking. On transparency, everyone, I think, felt that the input paper was a really good starting point, so I wanted to say that first of all. One of the things that there was agreement on is that there will likely be the need for the decision to mandate further work. For example, around the enhanced transparency framework and the revisions to the MPGs in 2028, identifying what some of those revisions might need to be in light of the NCQG decision. There was also discussion around potentially mandating further work on definitions of climate finance, and then also on how the NCQG relates to the ongoing 2.1c work. And on those last 2 points in particular, on definitions, one idea was the idea of positive and or negative lists to be considered. And then on the climate finance definition, the notion that a definition of climate finance in the context of the NCQG and its support goal, and then also in the context of Article 2.1c, will be different. And so considering how to capture that in relevant decisions, and more specifically what should be tracked under the NCQG goals, and what should be tracked under the potential work on 2.1c. On context, one of the discussions was, as we heard on the first day as well of the ad hoc working programme, was whether it is different to the preamble, and if so, how. And a possible solution was to remove the headings, so that the preambular section paragraphs would flow straight into the contextual ones without necessarily the heading breaking it up, as a potential solution, but then still needing to be clear about which paragraphs of the NCQG decision will be operative ones versus contextual. But looking at the verbs gives you the indication there usually. Then there was a feeling that the context section should be significantly streamlined while still capturing the key ideas, and those key ideas being the idea of scene setting, what needs to be addressed in the operative paragraphs, but setting the scene for that up front. The need to more clearly articulate the needs of developing countries, and that can be done including through citing relevant literature, particularly the needs determination report, which is an umbrella capturing a lot of the needs that are reflected in other academic and reporting, and then also citing past decisions that reflect needs such as the global stocktake decision, the global goal on adaptation, etc. Then the idea of capturing the principles, including CBDRRC, but then also the proposed list of principles that other parties have submitted, and discussing structural barriers. Then a reflection on the way that the context could capture processes outside the UNFCCC, or could speak to that. The overarching aim to accelerate the achievement of Article 2, and then a reflection on the 100 billion paragraphs in the context, and the potential that might, as one solution, would be to reference the findings of the SCF report on the 100 billion, as well as prior decisions on the 100 billion that the CMA has taken, or the COP and the CMA have taken. And then finally, there were a number of specific paragraphs that were identified for clustering or streamlining or consolidation for the co-chairs to consider. And they were paragraphs 9, 10, 23 and 29 as one group, paragraphs 11 and 12 as another one, 13 and 15 and 22 as another one, 21, 26 and 30 as another one. And then finally on paragraph 33, the perhaps splitting up the notion of access, and then a separate discussion about MDBs, so access broadly, and then MDBs as a separate paragraph. Happy to provide that list to the co-chairs and secretariat in writing as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Joe. Next, Alejandra.
Hi, I'll be reporting for that group. We had good constructive discussions. On transparency, we thought there was general agreement to use existing reporting structures as a basis for the transparency of the NCQG, namely the ETF and the BCs. And we could use the SCF for additional reporting, for example, for aggregation of different sources of information and compilation of data. We agreed we could use existing reviews of the MPGs and the BCs in 2026 and 28 as the basis to make the changes that might be necessary. For example, making a reference in the decision that the new different elements incorporated into the NCQG could be reflected in updates to the CTF tables. The text could include language on capacity building for developing countries on reporting issues. The special circumstances of LDCs and SIDS is missing, although we note that this is recognised in the ETF text. The text could include something to enhance efforts for comparability of data. We noted that while a climate finance definition is subject of debate, it could be useful for other actors and provide guidance to the private sector on what addressing climate change actually is. But there are also views that being too prescriptive and too narrow could have a negative influence on private sector actors that we will need to capture the trillions. It was suggested there could be a middle ground to be found on the definition issue. It could be less prescriptive, but more of a guidance on what is and isn't climate finance to make sure that whatever is reported is actually climate finance. Noting there's an existing section in Chapter 4 of the BTRs and guidance regarding narrative reporting on enabling policies. The text could encourage parties to report on quantitative and qualitative elements of the NCQG, such as access, enablers and disenablers. In the context discussion, there were lots of good things in there that we can agree on. It was suggested that we could include a higher level statement on the transformational change that is required and referencing the ambition that's needed. We agreed that it should start with the aim of the NCQG, and some suggested elements for that were that it should increase climate action, including investment, enhance national capacities in developing countries. It should scale up climate finance and change the financial system. Elements we agreed should be reflected are to recognise the different circumstances throughout the developing world, including LDCs and SIDS, reflecting the needs and priorities of developing countries. We thought it could acknowledge the barriers to climate finance. This could be perhaps linked to or following paragraph 34. It could include links and references to other sectors. It mentions energy, but not forests, biodiversity, adaptation and resilience, etc. We broadly supported paragraphs that reflect a sense of urgency, and this could be linked to para 29 on science. Para 21 could include a reference to long-term strategies. Noting the typo on para 12, and that should be two separate ones, we thought there might be support for a separate paragraph on principles of the NCQG. And the first part of that para 12 should note the importance of predictable, adequate and timely finance. We thought para 17 could include a specific reference to direct access. Para 24 could include specific reference to recognising the institutional capacity constraints. We had a long discussion on para 40. There were different views and perspectives on which option is best. We generally agreed that action on climate in general is important, and in the context of the NCQG, some suggested in the context of Article 2 and a framework of temperature scenarios, and that para 40 doesn't live in isolation from the paras above it, 7 to 39, and the transparency section. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Beck. Next, we have Working Group Maiden Tower, which is Charlene.
Thank you very much, Fiona. I will be reporting back on transparency and then hand it to Tina for the context section. So first, I would like to thank all the members of our group. We had, I think, a very constructive engagement with each other. And the approach we took is to really, as you told us, focus on what we could agree could be captured moving forward. And so that's where I will focus. And also for transparency purposes, we had all major groups represented except there was no member from ILAC in the room, and also civil society was there. So on transparency, similar to what I heard from other groups, there was an agreement that the ETF should be the backbone of the transparency scheme. And we had an agreement that all qualitative elements should be tracked. So it should be part of that transparency tracking progress, including things like enhancement of access or how needs and priorities of developing countries were taken into account. And because of that, there was a recognition that the current ATF does not provide information on all of these aspects. So there is a recognition we will need additional sources of information, and there will also be need to be a discussion of how the current ETF could possibly be amended in the context of its revision in 2028. And there was a debate on whether we can or should be qualifying those other sources of information, for example, to be consistent with the language of the goal or other things, but we couldn't agree on what that guidance should be looking like. There was also common agreement that whatever is the core, whether there is an outer layer or not, irrespective of that, whatever is there has a greater accountability than anything else that's to be tracked. A clear role of the SEF was also recognized, and the need for regular and frequent tracking. We had a recognition that quantitative information is only available biannually, but there was the discussion of whether there could be a higher frequency on other aspects of reporting in a more qualitative way, but we couldn't come to agreement on that. And there was also a recognition there remain some big political issues on the table, like things around climate finance definition, who has to report, and so on. So that was also recognized. And I hope with that I give a fair read out. Happy to pass on to Tina for the context.
Thanks very much, Gabriella. Over to you, Tina.
Thanks, Chair. It was also a collegial discussion in our session. Several in our group mentioned that it was helpful in the TED setting to be able to share perspectives even where these diverge, recognizing there were many divergent views in our particular session on context, but also welcoming the opportunity to explore common ground on the text. I did want to note for transparency that there was no ILAC representative with us in the room, and also thank the Secretariat for their support in recording the discussion. So there was a need or a discussion on the need for more clarity on engaging with section B of the text and clarity on what is preambular and what is operational language. One possible approach that was raised was that the preamble is scene setting and that was understood as in the context of the 100 billion goal was framing. There was no agreement on what the substance of the scene setting should be or on what the substance of the framing would be. More generally, there was a discussion around how we might raise some of the existing challenges in the preamble section and then discuss how those challenges would be addressed in the operative section. The kind of elements that could be included in the preambular scene setting were one, there seemed to be agreement that this would be the appropriate place to welcome previous work under this work program. There was also a sense that this is the place where we would discuss where the world is now, which was also conceptualized as a baseline, although there was not agreement on exactly where we are in terms of that baseline and whether or not we should, for example, welcome the delivery of the 100 billion goal or focus more on the lessons learned from that goal. There was agreement that it would be good to include a recognition of needs as an element, although no agreement on the exact universe of needs, whether just existing needs or also evolving needs in the future. There was further discussion needed on potential use of GST outcomes, including the recognition of interlinkage of mitigation and adaptation needs, which, if unmet, result in loss and damage. Although some needed more than GST language in this area and others were not comfortable with the inclusion of GST language. Similarly, suggestions were made to reference the IPCC and recognition of the science, but this was not a consensus view. There was also a focus on the needs of particular groups such as Indigenous peoples and local communities that could be referenced here. While some mentioned that it was key, there was an operational paragraph associated with this. And then the kind of elements that could be included in the operative framing were, for example, that it should go beyond mitigation and transparency to at least include adaptation. There's not agreement on whether it should also include loss and damage. Some mentioned Article 2 as it frames the Paris Agreement should frame the NCQG. Some referred to Para 15.9 CMA 3 as potential language to use here, as it already includes reference to Article 2 as a whole and particular parts. There was also a discussion that anything that was operational that was taken out of the context section should be retained elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tina, and thank you to the rest of the Maiden Tower group. And lastly, we have the Flame Towers group, which is Indrajit and Talia. So who will be providing the readouts for those?
Okay. First of all, I'm reporting on both transparency and context. I would like to thank the group members for their constructive engagement and my colleague Anjit for moderating the sessions. On the transparency, group agreed on the structure of transparency section, that the structure includes some structural elements. Number 1, Chabu. 2, what is being tracked. 3, source of information. 4, institutions of tracking. 5, follow-up processes. The group also discussed options for each structural elements. The Chabu must comprise the purpose, the principle of ETF, challenges, and lesson learned from tracking the 100 billion. What means track? The first option, paragraph 64. The second option is existing practice to track the 100 billion. The group also highlight the importance of tracking qualitative elements and the definition of climate finance to be reflected under this element. Source of information, the options include tracking individually, 2, collectively, 3, collectively just from developed countries, Article 9.5. 4, existing ETF, which in Article 9.7 was identified as distinct option, and the other option, which is number 5, will be a global finance flow. In an institution of tracking, 3 options presented: 1, Secretariat; 2, SAPSTA; 3, Standing Committee on Finance. Under Standing Committee of Finance, there was a preference standalone report by some and following existing BA practice of tracking other reports. Number 5, follow-up processes. Options for timeline of reporting included 1, 2028, 2, 22x. Some wanted reported to be earlier than 2028. That's the rationale of having 22x. 3, annual reporting. Another option identified was expert review of Article 9.5, facilitative assessment, because there is no processes to review Article 9.5. And another option was NCQG follow-up program, primary for improving tracking. Finally, it was proposed to include loss and damage instead of disaster risk reduction in paragraph 65, and to clarify what is collective tracking progress in paragraph 66. And of course, there is an option for no options for all as the last option. In the context, the group understand the context section is to be framing a scene setting section, which the imperative implementable part to be reflected in subsequent sections. The group agreed on the following themes to feature in the context section. 1, recognition of circumstances of developing countries. 2, recognition the needs and priorities of developing countries. 3, the 100 billion. 4, the principles. 5, previous commitment goals stemming from previous decision. And 6, aims of the goals. Under each of themes, the group discussed sub-themes and options. In recognition of circumstances of developing countries, were discussed the reference of science, IPCC, disenabler, paragraph 58, inadequacy of finance, high cost of finance, fiscal constraints, CBAM, tariffs were given an example for disenablers. 2, recognition the needs and priorities of developing countries. The options were developing countries, LDC and SETS. 2, global investment needs. And 3, evolving needs and for reflecting from NDR2. On the 100 billion, the options discussed were the goal achieved or not, lessons from the 100 billion goal definition of the climate finance, and 3 errors of the USD 100 billions, 4 no mention of the USD 100 billion. Principles, the following were highlighted to be reflected. Number 1, CBDR. Number 2, Article 9. Number 3, Article 2.2. 4, developing countries' commitment. 5, evolving capabilities, evolving responsibilities, and 7, just transition. Previous commitments and goals stemming from previous decision. The first option is to reflect previous decisions linked to the NCQG, and the second UAE consensus, but there was no agreement to reflect that. Aims of the goals. The options include quantum, 2, needs and priorities of developing countries, 3, adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage, 4, just adaptation, mitigation, 5, adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage, and sustainable development goals, 6, Article 2, 7, enablers, as mentioned, paragraph 24 in the input paper, 7, GST outcome, no agreement on this, 8, access, 9, sustainable development and poverty eradication, 10, ambitious, 11, paragraph 25 of the input papers. Finally, the group was of to view that the co-chairs must use relevant paragraphs for their input papers based on these thematic suggestions. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Maitha. And then Natalia's group, lucky last.
Thank you. Thank you to our moderator as well, and to our group for entrusting me with this report back. So on the transparency section, generally there is a recognition of the need to have a climate finance definition, or otherwise at least a reference to the operational definition under the SCF. Additionally, one country suggested that there should be a detailing of the financing that would be tracked and that counts towards the goal. There was a discussion on using the ETF as the basis of the transparency arrangement, subject to the inclusion of additional sources of information, including aggregate top-down reports from various sources. So one delegate suggested that the Secretariat use annual reports that build off BTRs and additional reports by developed countries for non-BTR years. An additional report can be made on enhanced access by developed countries that takes into account key indicators of access enhancement. So, for example, time taken, instrument distribution, geographical distribution, and so on. Another party stressed on inviting the SEPSTA to develop transparency arrangements for tracking progress as an alternative. There was a point made early in the discussion on interlinkages between the different elements of the report and their dependency on the quantum and the structure of the goal, as the quantum will determine the level of transparency attained by the goal. And a discussion was had on the use of the language contributing parties. Some countries maintained that they would like to keep that wording, while others said other parties referenced paragraph 9.5 of the Paris Agreement to use agreed language on developed country parties from there. Some parties expressed concern about using the word collectively within transparency reporting, as it could be understood as all parties and not only developed country parties. And on Article 9.5, there's a point made that there's a different interpretation and scope when it came to the numbers of goals. So there's no mention there of adaptation finance, so it's difficult to track the flow of financing to adaptation. Lastly, on paragraph 65, one country made the suggestion to remove this under the premise that it is not relevant to transparency, but others disagreed that they should that paragraph should maintain, and the content or at the very least move it to another section. So on context, parties agreed that this section was long and needed streamlining, wherein context should lay the foundation of operational paragraphs without delving deeply into detail. And one suggestion aimed at stating the interlinkages of the different sections that would follow the context, including transparency, access, and so on. There was mention of a need to build on NDCs, NABs, and just transitions, so stressing on that. There's a suggestion that paragraph 25 should be referenced earlier in the context. On lessons learned from the 100 billion, there was agreement that this could be streamlined, paragraph 35 through 39, and maybe a specification of what these lessons are. Another suggestion was to use agreed language from the SCF report. The group also highlighted the need to view the NCQG as a new goal, but still from developed to developing countries. Some paragraphs discussed appeared contentious, with several options coming out on dealing with them, particularly paragraphs 8 and 10. There was disagreement on merging of paragraph 17 through 19, but it was a suggestion made for streamlining. And then there was a different suggestion to streamline 26 and 27 because they suggest similar linkages between mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. Lastly, on paragraph 28, there was a suggestion to make reference of accounting for sustainable development needs of developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Noor. And that concludes all of our report backs. I'd like to thank all of our colleagues who did the report backs, as well as all of our moderators. Could we give them all just a round of applause? Okay, so colleagues, as you know, this is the last technical expert dialogue. Some of us have been here for the whole journey. Put your hands up if this is your 11th TED that you're attending. Can we just get a show of hands if this is number 11? There's some of us. Put your hand up if this is your first TED that you're attending. Well, welcome to Raju. That's not true. Well, for those of us who have been to several of these TEDs, you know that what we normally do is we have a little ice-breaking activity, normally to try and lift our energy and to try and give us, to bring us out of the food coma that you may be in after lunch. So for the last time, we will now engage in our ice-breaking activity. For those who have done this before, you know the rules very well. For those who are new, it's very simple. In a moment, I will ask everyone to stand up and we will ask a series of trivia questions. And you have two options. If you think the answer is the first option, you put your hands on your head. If you think it is the second option, you put your hands on your hip. And through a process of elimination, we will have a winner. And there is a small prize for the winner. So with that, can everybody please get to their feet?
Okay, for those who've been with us before, you know how it works. We'll pose a question. The hands on hips and hands on head is always often difficult because some people put one hand on the head and one hand on the hip, right? And then you just switch. So we'll ask you either to face the room or face the wall. Right? It's a lot easier, and then everybody can see. Fiona has some of the easy questions, so maybe Fiona can start.
Okay, I'm not going to bust out the Australian animal questions just yet. I need to wait for some.
In order to save and redeem face, because El Madin was knocked out on the very first question on the Grand Prix, well, half the room, he wants to make a statement.
The first question, yes, and I'm very sorry for those who followed me and failed, but I'm going to defend your rights until the end. That's why I'm going to ask co-chair to repeat his question. The first question.
The first Formula One race in Baku.
Exactly. So, the first Grand Prix in Baku was held in 2016 as the European Grand Prix, and that was followed by the inaugural Azerbaijan Grand Prix in 2017. So those who turn to the wall were right.
Thank you very much, El Madin. Seeing that we are in Baku, we will not dispute that with you. No, El Madin is correct. The first Grand Prix held here in Baku was called the European Grand Prix. It wasn't the Grand Prix of Azerbaijan. But Fiona, being a cricketing person and not a Formula One, she made the mistake of saying Baku instead of Azerbaijan, but just minor technicality. Shall we do the, you want me? Okay, colleagues, we are now coming towards the end part of it. We will, after this session, do the final wrap up, and I assure you we will not take too long on that. But what we wanted to do in this final session, being also the final TED as well as the final ad hoc meeting, as you know, we usually also had a session in which we try to try and address also issues about what are some of the political questions that needed to be addressed. As you will know, that our friends from the COP29 presidency are hosting various meetings. Amongst the meetings, there will be a high-level ministerial dialogue on the NCQG. This is the opportunity also for them to hear from the parties in terms of what are some of those political questions that you deem should be addressed at that level. And as well as it's an opportunity, being the last TED, if there are any final remarks you want to make, you are free to make those remarks. But can I urge everybody, we don't want to go around having long statements and each one thanking profusely the co-chairs, because I don't think that's necessary. So we'll do that stock take, and then we'll do final wrap up and give you a sense of how we're going to move forward and where we are at. So with that, the floor is open for anybody who wants to make an intervention. I see is the flag of the G77 in China, Martin, or is it?
Yes, thank you very much, co-chair. I will not follow your advice, sorry, because G77 and China, I would like to thank and commend both of you on all your hard work, as well as the partners for the constructive engagement during the last days. The work on the NCQG forms a key priority for the developing countries and G77 and China. Thank you for the contributions in guiding the work towards COP29, aiming for successful outcomes. G77 and China wishes also to thank, of course, the government of Azerbaijan for the warm hospitality. During this closing session or closing remarks, we would like to highlight the following. Moving from the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh to COP28 in Dubai, also known as the UAE consensus, to COP29 here in Baku, developing countries reiterate the need for scale-up support for developed countries to implement their nationally determined contribution and national adaptation plans and other national plans to keep the Paris goals within reach and to attain the ultimate objective of the Convention. It is important to reiterate in this context that Article 9 of the Paris Agreement and the principles and provisions of the Convention constitute the foundation of the NCQG. As such, the goal reflects the responsibility of developed countries to provide and mobilize support to developing countries. The needs of developing countries must be addressed as a matter of priority, and the goal must reflect the principle of equity and CBDRRC. Adequate and accessible resources must be made available to developing countries to support country-driven strategies based on their priorities and evolving needs. The goal must include mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage responses, and it should recognize the importance of just transition in the context of sustainable development and eradication of poverty. We must leave no one behind. The goal should establish operational features to give full effect to Article 9.4 and 9.9 of the Paris Agreement, in line with the needs and priorities of developing countries, including tailored features for seeds and LDCs as set out in the Paris Agreement. Yesterday, we addressed transparency arrangements, and you heard all G77 and China subgroups and members stress that this section is inextricably intertwined with the most important lesson learned from the 100 billion goal. It is important that there is a definition for climate finance, which will help in knowing what to count and what not to count as climate finance. The goal is about provision of climate finance in concessional terms. It cannot include loans at the market rate and must actually support the needs and priorities of developing countries and enable us to implement our climate action plans during these unprecedented macroeconomic challenges and fiscal constraints. That is why the goal must be delivered via provision of public finance in a grant-based or concessional manner to address macroeconomic constraints of developing countries. Related to this, the quantum must not include the domestic resources of our countries. It must ensure efficient and swift access to funds for developing countries, noting the special consideration for seeds and LDCs in this regard as set out in the Paris Agreement. Finally, it should provide a clear agreement on burden sharing amongst the developed countries and address these enablers hindering development and climate action in developing countries, including high cost of capital, unilateral trade measures, and high transaction cost. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you for a successful outcome in COP29.
Thank you very much, G77. I have LMDC followed by ILAC.
Thank you, my dear Chair. Firstly, LMDC would like to express our sincere gratitude to the co-chairs for their tireless efforts. We believe that this meeting has been highly productive with substantial progress achieved. We also extend our appreciation to all parties for their hard work, particularly to Azerbaijan team under the leadership of El Martin for providing us with the best possible venue in Baku and for their exceptional support in facilitating our discussion. Thank you. Oh, also Samir. Yeah. The MDC fully supports the submission and statement made by G77 and China. We hope that the co-chair, in line with their mandate, will work towards developing a structured framework that is satisfactory for all parties, balanced, concise, and as free of contentious issue as possible. We understand this is a challenge task, but we believe that this will also be an opportunity for all of us, especially the co-chair, to further develop our capacities. As MDC, our position is clear. We seek to uphold the Convention and its Paris Agreement, respect the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, maintain the integrity of international law, safeguard the interests of developing countries, and hopefully that commitment made by developed countries are fully honored. The Paris Agreement and its Article 2 and Article 9, to which all parties have agreed, must be respected and implemented. We must establish a fair, transparent, and quantifiable global finance goal based on the needs of developing countries, with support provided by developed countries under a burden-sharing mechanism. We do not want to see a repetition of the shortcoming associated with the 100 billion goal. The NCQG must be rooted in a public finance which is easily and timely accessible to all developing countries. The new finance goal must encompass adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage, while also recognizing the long-standing gap in defining climate finance. It should acknowledge the financial needs of all developing countries, particularly LDC and Cs, and should address the difficulties we face in accessing climate finance. The LMDC hope that through to the concerted efforts of all parties, we can finalize the NCQG by COP29, ensuring a successful COP in Azerbaijan, where all parties come together to make significant strides in addressing climate change, and where the voice of developing countries are heard and respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chao. On behalf of LMDC, I have ILAC, Sophia.
Thank you very much. So here, I would like to align with the intervention made by the G77 in China. And also we would like to thank again the host government for these wonderful days, beautiful venue, and for being so kind and generous in hosting us here. Co-chairs, colleagues, we agree with what was just said. Like, we had very fruitful and useful discussions throughout this week. We would have liked to see an iteration of the text today. Also, co-chairs, we understand the complexity of the mandates we're giving you. So let us here take the moment to express our appreciation for all the very, very hard work you're doing and express again our full support. The NCQG is a goal that is for developing countries and not includes developing countries. These are two different discussions. We believe that if we have the assurance that the objective of the NCQG is to support developing countries to be able to fulfill their commitments under the Convention and the Paris Agreement and accelerate climate action, contributing to accelerating the achievement of Article 2 in this critical decade would help us to make real headway ahead of COP. That is why, co-chairs, we request that you include this objective as an option for the purpose of the goal. Let us be clear. Investments in developed countries that are already concentrating most flows that are going for the implementation of the Paris Agreement should be excluded. We did not come here to further exacerbate international financial architecture's asymmetries. Second, we would like to request you to rearrange the order of how the context is right now structured to give due relevance to the needs and priorities, to the evolving needs and priorities of developing countries. We request you to include as a first paragraph of the context, a paragraph talking about the scale of our evolving needs, as well as the context of limited fiscal space, high cost of capital, level of indebtedness, and cost of debt servicing, as well as administrative costs in which we are implementing climate action in the context of sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty. The current arrangement does not make justice to the importance of supporting developing countries. We would also like to see highlighted the
The importance of supporting current and future levels of ambition, as well as just transition across the text. We would like language about the NCQG being ambition responsive, and as our G77 coordinated mentioned, recognizing the importance of just transitions. We also want this in the way we frame the goal. Some parties throughout this week made very interesting proposals and put language on the table that we think we can continue to refine and work with. We would like to see regional balance when we're talking about the allocation of resources. But we also want, along with other regions of the developing world, to visibilize our region, the region of Latin America and the Caribbean that has been flooded with debt. And as we have been saying, we cannot resolve the climate crisis with a debt crisis. We would like to be very careful in the way we recognize and frame our region, Latin American and the Caribbean, so that we do not have the trick of the languages that were proposed in the input paper. That is not accurate and divides our region. For our group, it's also fundamental that we enhance the access to all developing countries to adaptation finance, finance for loss and damage, on a grant-based concessional finance. We cannot have only GDP as a criteria for accessing grant and concessional finance. So we also would like to have these goals in the new input paper. We need better quality of finance that is not that inducing, that increases fiscal space and reduces the cost of capital. On the policy layer aspect, let us be clear here. We want to address the disenablers of finance and to speak to the sources of capital and to those who write the rules of the financial architecture. We do not, and let me here emphasize, we do not want to impose additional conditionalities to developing countries. So we only support those kind of policy signals. On the calls to stakeholders, we would like to request the addition of a call to rating agencies that we see that are not being included in the current draft. In terms of transparency, only cross-boundary resources that are for developing countries should count, meaning provision and mobilization from developed countries to developing countries. North flows should be excluded. We would like to see provision in grant equivalent terms. And for us, instruments like guarantees and others that reduce cost of capital and increase fiscal space are highly valuable. So we'd like to work on how to better recognize these. We foresee a standalone report of the SCF to track progress on NCQG. Finally, we'd like to see clarification from the co-chairs, and we know that that's what you're going to do after, on what the process ahead is, and to request that any future iteration be released ahead of the ministerial meetings, allowing us to have time to react to it. Regarding the importance of the ministerial high-level engagement, it is crucial to ensure inclusivity and be aware that in some of these spaces, not all parties may be represented. Thank you very much again. Thank you, co-chairs. Thank you, host government. Thank you, secretariat, because you know also all the work that you have been doing, volunteers and colleagues. Thank you also to the observer organizations, civil society, and others that have been here also supporting us, providing inputs, ideas, and helping us construct an NCQG that is fit for purpose and fit for the developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the UK followed by the AGN.
Thank you very much, co-chair. I envy AOSIS, who seem to have managed to deal with their echo issue. I've been hearing my own voice back every time I've spoken, but I will persevere. Very quickly then, I wanted to answer your question in 3 parts. The priorities for the political process from our perspective are first, to protect ministers' time. The best way to do that will be for us to agree at the technical level what we can agree. We have to accept that ministers aren't necessarily going to get into the level of detail that we do. And so finding balanced packages on areas we know they'll struggle with is going to be key. Second is to maximize the opportunities we have. There are going to be certain moments between now and COP where we will need bold steps each step of the way to build and maintain momentum. We will need the help of the presidency in that regard as well, to raise the profile, to get politicians, our respective ministers to engage and to feel the focus that we have in this room out in the rest of the world. And then third is to find as many ways for us in this room to work together, to have strong relationships, to build trust rather than erode it, to continue to have difficult conversations, but have them in the knowledge that we're not having them of our own volition, but because they are unavoidable. And I think in that spirit, we have to make sure that any sense that certain voices won't be heard or certain people can't speak is not going to help this process. And I'd like to echo ILAC in their gratitude for the work of observers in that regard, the work of the Secretariat, volunteers, everyone here. I wanted to quickly do a bit of a rehearsal of our position. Everyone else has done it. I'll just quickly say that, as everyone has heard, we are supportive of a multi-layered goal that focuses on developing countries. But I just wanted to reflect on one of the things I heard a couple of times, which is that the goal should be developed countries do X for developing countries. It is for developed countries to do a thing and developing countries to receive that thing. And I wanted to, it made me think of something that if you were here, Ambassador Mohammed Nasser would say, which is that the most important thing for us to remember about the NCQG is that it has to be new, collective, quantified, and a goal. So I just, this is a collective endeavor we're trying to set up, and I think that we have to keep that in mind. So I wanted to thank you at the end, to just say thank you for your input paper, thank you for your work, and thank you to the government of Azerbaijan. And I apologize for not, following your initial instruction to avoid that.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I see a lot of flags coming up. We don't want to have parties go through all their submissions again. This was more designed as a wrap-up and to give some clear messages around the political issues. If you do have a longer statement, please send it to us in writing, but let's try and get people out of the room here quickly, because some people do have flights to catch today before the madness of the F1 starts. So I have next on my list, or I'll just go through the list that I have now. The AGN, LDCs, Arab Group, Switzerland, Australia, AOSIS, Norway, Russia, EU, Grupo Sur, and the list is growing. So we do have limited time. Please, next, African Group.
Thank you, co-chairs. And let me associate ourselves with the statement given by Argentina on behalf of the Group of 77 in China. We also very much appreciate, chairs, your continued leadership over the last several years in this process. You have shown dedication and facilitated the process through inclusivity. No doubt the task ahead is enormous, and the meeting here has offered both content and process perspectives that we want to build on in this closing statement. On process, Chair, before I go to that, let me also appreciate the good hospitality and the wonderful facilities that was put to us by the host country. On process, we trust your leadership, co-chairs, in working on the draft substantive framework and look forward to receiving the updated framework within the required time frame long before the COP begins. The group remains available to support you in this stage of your work. On content, as a goal for developing countries, Africa's priority remains an outcome-based goal that is needs and priority-based and supports already agreed climate goals. Supporting implementation of adaptation loss and damage, and just transition actions as articulated in the national climate plans is crucial for the group. Our priority to have instruments that are favorable to our climate and fiscal realities remains a key expectation of the goal. Fair terms of finance is critical to address the region's inadequate finance to address climate change and development crisis. The high cost of capital, the unfair financial systems must be addressed in the goal. Grants and highly concessional long-term finance should be for adaptation and loss and damage. We remain concerned by a policy-focused signaling arrangement that disadvantages developing countries already in fiscal constraint and does not take into account realities of Africa and other developing countries. These enablers of finance must also be addressed and unilateral measures avoided. Chairs, we note that the enhanced transparency framework is the basis of ascertaining what is provided, mobilized, and what is provided, mobilized, and delivered. Complementary actions could enhance its use in fixing the existing gaps in the current climate finance accounting regime. Africa remains optimistic that climate finance will be counted differently compared to how it is presently counted in the current 100 billion goal. A focus on grant equivalence and avoiding market rate loans is utmost priority. Chairs, we are committed to working with you and other parties to deliver a robust and responsive NCQG, and looking forward to the substantive draft that you're going to share with us. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'll urge you again, please. My co-chair needs to go to the airport. And she needs to go and pack a bag and fly in the next few hours. So please try and keep it very short and concise. If you have a longer intervention, send it in writing. I have now a list of 15 flags going up. We intended this session just to be a maximum of 30 minutes. Next, I have LDCs, followed by the Arab group.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And thanks again for leading us. And thanks to the co-presidency. Co-Chair, I just want to pick on decision 8, CM5, which gave you the mandate to issue a report after this session, and also produce some elements of a substantive framework that will take us into a drafting negotiation text in November. So the ODCs call upon you to do that work and give us that product so we can negotiate on it we can start negotiations in November. We have some elements that are common, sort of, from the parties, and therefore please proceed, and we'll be with you in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Evans. Arab Group.
Thank you, Co-Chair. The Arab Group would like to endorse the statement made by Argentina on behalf of the G77 and China. And we want to thank the COP29 presidency team for their incredible hospitality and the great facility that they've provided us for this meeting. We want to also thank the co-chairs for their efforts and their leadership. This is definitely not an easy mandate, so we definitely appreciate your hard work and working through this issue. And most of all, we'd like to give a special thanks to the Secretariat, who've been working tirelessly and handling an impressive workload, honestly, from SCF to NCQG, and then also to the Loss and Damage Fund. Our hearts are with you at the Arab Group, so good job. Moving from COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh to COP28 in Dubai, also known as the UAE Consensus, to COP29 in Baku, developing countries have consistently reiterated their needs for scaled-up support from developed countries. We kept hearing that there are no proposals or these issues are political, and we would have hoped that we would have had a chance to discuss them, these issues at the technical level. Co-chairs, we just want to give a few direction to assist you in your future work. On the TEDs, there were references that group representatives weren't present in some breakout group or another. The TEDs are not an official engagement, so the groups are not officially engaging in these breakout groups. These are discussions to brainstorm potential ideas that we could use as, if useful, to push forward on some solutions. And these discussions were useful, but they're not the avenue to agree on anything on behalf of any group. Just to clarify that. We kindly ask you, co-chairs, to not reflect the text of the substantive framework in decision language, because this will put us in a difficult position to engage with the text. From our perspective, we believe using a shall or a should or as appropriate, these are issues that parties need to resolve, rather than, to happen in a smaller setting. So we would encourage using, regular language, regular text, rather than decision text for this reason, because in a decision text format, meanings can take on different, or words can take on different meanings the way that you use them. We ask that the options are included across the framework, so the framework has options throughout. And for us, the substantive framework must enable countries to negotiate, but should not negotiate on behalf of countries. This is the balance to strike. So it should be a tool that helps parties to negotiate, assist them in their negotiations, but should not negotiate on behalf of the parties, which I'm sure is also the way that you're considering it. We took your guidance at the Arab group. We came with solutions at every turn. We sent inputs to reflect bridging proposals and options. We'll update these inputs because we benefited from the discussions in the TED. So after the discussions from the TEDs, we'll go back and update our solutions from what we understood from the breakout groups in the TED and send them back after the meeting is done to assist co-chairs in identifying the Arab group views on different issues. The Arab group has participated actively in the NCQG process since its inception, including through attending meetings, sharing submissions, bilaterals, engaging with parties, the whole menu, with a view to ensuring the goal reflects the principles and provisions of the Convention and its Paris Agreement and is commensurate with the needs and priorities of developing countries. And now we're entering the end of a purely technical phase. And while we would have hoped for more clarity from our partners, proposals remain unclear, aspirational, and still lacking a quantum. No commitment, no quantum, no accountability, no transparency. This is how we feel on some issues. We could have engaged in conversations on all issues and attempted to resolve these elements at the technical level, looking at them through a technical lens. However, such conversations were repeatedly, shut down, where some parties refused to engage. And this refusal to engage was under the guise of being constructive on other elements of the goal. For us, it wasn't constructive. The message was clear that was sent to our group. Let us talk about all the elements except for the goal itself. But at the end of the day, we have to accept responsibility at the technical level. We could have engaged, but we didn't. And this is something that we have to accept responsibility for. We're not making this statement to repeat our arguments or present any evidence. We've already presented everything we had to say throughout the past 11 TEDs. But we will repeat the simple fact that the goal unequivocally reflects the sole obligations of developed country parties. No amount of backtracking, reframing, arguments, or narrative shaping can change this. And this is what the outcome will reflect in the end. Our proposition for the goal is clear. 1.1 trillion mobilized per year from 2025 to 2029 by providing a minimum $441 billion with a leveraging ratio of $1 to $1.5 from developed countries to developing countries for mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. There are enough public funds. We provided the evidence. There isn't enough political will. This is self-evident. The private sector is not investing in developing countries. We provided the evidence. The private sector cannot be accountable to the CMA. This is self-evident. There is no basis for the expansion of the contributor base. The 100 billion was in the context of 9.3, and it was a developed country only goal, and that is a fact. These are statements of fact, and these are not political questions. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I re-urge you, please think about my co-chair who needs to go to the airport. Next, I have Switzerland, followed by Australia.
Thank you very much, Zahir. And I would like to start with my appreciation to the people around this table that were willing to engage and we're willing to talk outside, to talk in this room, but also to engage and really try to better understand where we are. We would also like to underline our trust in you both. I think Chao phrased it quite nicely. It's a hard task ahead, and we hope you'll do well. You will use your machete. It will hurt us all a bit, and I hope, and I'm sure you will find that very thin line in between so that everyone will be equally unhappy, as we usually say. And I will not reiterate our position because I know Fiona needs to go back to her family, and I hope you'll make it very soon. But I will follow your question on what things we think should be focused on the political level. So we clearly see the quantum, the contributor base, references to geography seemed to be quite a political issue as well. Thematic scope, whether and how wider financial flows are captured in the goal, and whether, how, and which elements of the policy layer should be captured. Those are what we see as the big political questions, and we see them going further than what we currently have in that table. They're scattered a bit across the text. And we hope that our political leaders can engage on these issues and can find common ground, and we can assist them both best to come to an agreement. Similar to what others have said, we are ready to agree on a new goal in Baku when we meet for the CMA, and we hope others are as well. So thank you for that, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Gabby. Australia.
Thank you, co-chairs. You've heard a lot from all of us in the last 3 years, definitely the last 4 days. I'm not going to repeat any of our positions here. I hope that colleagues can all agree that the input paper you gave us at the start of this meeting was a helpful basis for discussions. I think it was a step change that we needed. And I hope this session has been helpful for you as you now move forward with fulfilling your mandate for developing a substantive framework for a draft negotiating text, which we look forward to receiving. I think we all identified helpfully some opportunities for some streamlining. We also identified some areas that were missing. Hopefully you can pick up on the common elements and amplify those and provide us with the constructive framework which we can use as an input for our deliberations at CMA 6. I'm hopeful for a clear product that we are able to use to engage our political leadership with as well, because it's a complex goal and we want to have a clear product that we can use to that extent. To the presidency, I'd like to thank you for hosting us here in Baku. There are many political elements outstanding that would be very helpful to pick up on at the high-level ministerial dialogue. We still have significant divides between us on issues like scope, structure of the goal, timeframes, sources and instruments, breadth of contributors, many qualitative elements, including how policies come into play, and of course the quantum or quantums. The one note I wanted to make in particular was format. One of the things we found here at this session is that the more time we've had to dynamically engage with each other, the more space we've had for understanding. So one of the things we think would be very valuable in the high-level ministerial dialogue is space for our ministers to engage in dialogue with one another. I don't think a set-piece intervention is one which will help us to bridge some of these divides, and space for conversation is something we would welcome. And finally, to colleagues around the table, thank you for your constructive engagement over the last few days, for your ideas sharing, curiosity, and efforts to advance the technical elements that we could advance together. I wonder sometimes if I was at the same meeting as Mohammed. I got a lot from this meeting. I think we were able to move forward significantly on some of the technical elements. And we parked and recognized the limits of what we were able to agree at this table, and we used our time as constructively as we could within the constraints of those political elements. So thank you. But also, I want to say that this isn't the end of that process. Even though our co-chairs are going to go away and develop a substantive framework, doesn't mean that we can't continue to talk to each other and continue to try and bridge on the technical elements, because we know we won't have time at COP to do that. Our ministers are not going to have time or the attention span to focus on those elements. So my door remains open. I'm keen to talk to all of you intersessionally to see where we continue to move forward. So finally, thank you, co-chairs. Thank you to our hosts, the Secretariat. Thank you, everyone. You're bright, thoughtful, and passionate people to work with, and it's an honour and a privilege.
Thank you, Brett. AOS is followed by Norway.
Thanks a lot, co-chairs. Hope you can hear me clearly. First of all, I would like to align ourselves with the statement made by the Group of 77 and China. Colleagues, small island developing states have always been the voice of reason and good faith within this process. We believe that this reason and good faith is placed into our submissions, and this includes joint ones that we've done with many of our colleagues around the table over the last 4 years, so including the ones that we did with the least developed country, as well as the one we did collectively as developing countries with the Group of 77 and China. So what you see with us is what you get. There's no hidden agenda. There's no backroom deal to be made when it comes to us. But we do have to provide a state of play as we see it, as is in relation to our high level priorities that our ministers have access to speak to. And it is quite clear that after absorbing interventions and submissions of the NCQG's technical process for nearly 4 years, small and developing states are officially in a predicament. Colleagues, we know that virtually every word, phrase, sentence, paragraph, and article in the Paris Agreement was intentional and carefully drafted and agreed to. Moreover, all your countries around the room went through their respective legal processes and consented to be bound by all of its provisions, not some, but all. But there are some in this room who have an intent to undermine the provisions of the Paris Agreement that specifically refer to our groups, small and developing states and least developed countries. Article 9.9 of the Paris Agreement on efficient access to climate finance for all developing countries, in particular for SIDS and LDCs, is one of those provisions, and it has yet to have been operationalized. Instead of working together to do just that, as we, the SIDS, are working in good faith to operationalize our provision, the 9.9 protection for SIDS and LDCs is being diminished for political expedience. For example, referring to submissions, we have submissions where SIDS and LDCs have sought to establish their measures to operationalize our particular protections on access. And there are other groups where there are inclusions of other regional groups, but even classifications that are not recognized by the UNFCCC, such as fragile and conflict-affected states. Also, some other groups have sought to even include some of our members in becoming contributors to the NCQG using metrics such as GNI per capita and cumulative and past current emissions per capita, as well as SIDS and LDCs, which have an HDI value of less than 0.9. Colleagues, we need to remember that when SIDS and LDCs are protected, everyone is protected. If SIDS and LDCs are able to access climate finance, everyone is able to access climate finance. We fully support the need for all developing countries to have good quality climate finance to achieve the Paris Agreement. That's the only way that we solve this issue. However, it has to be with a handicap on access for SIDS and LDCs. This access handicap needs to be specific, measurable, and time-bound. We SIDS maintain that for the NCQG that we must not repeat the follies of the 100 billion and the past. So we ask ourselves, did the USD 100 billion and its approach secure effective and efficient access to SIDS and LDCs? And is another goal like the USD 100 billion worth it, which we see this room going down? The simple answer is no. And if in the end, the goal is not tailored to meet the particular needs of SIDS or LDCs, that is what is sanctioned in the Paris Agreement, then I ask the question, how can we be expected to agree to whatever goal in Baku? We as countries have legal obligations to ensure efficient access to, in particular for SIDS and LDCs. The NCQG needs to focus on how to operationalize this obligation, not undermine it. We reiterate that substituting and putting in just such as SIDS and LDCs in a text is legally untenable. To have got a provision intended to address internationally agreed and recognized particularities of countries in respect of access is nothing short of unjust. If anyone wagers a cut here, then is any other principle or provision or part of the Paris Agreement safe? This is a death by 1,000 cuts. To our countries, we have lost what we have lost, and what we stand to lose is unconscionable. The question now is, how can the goal we are setting here begin to right the injustice that we are enduring? And in doing so, lift up all our people, all developing country people worldwide as it should. So I'll end here. Thank you, co-chairs, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mikhail. Norway followed by Russia.
First of all, let me echo others in expressing our appreciation to the COP29 presidency for convening us here in Baku. I also want to thank our co-chairs for all the work they have done in preparing for this meeting. We appreciate all your work and wanted to express our full support. That said, we had hoped to come a little bit further this week, preparing the text for CMA6. However, what I take from this meeting, and I think others have alluded to this already, is despite the difficult issues at hand, there are commonalities among parties. And at least personally, when I sat down in the TED in the smaller groups, I found that we had very constructive discussions. We used the whiteboard, structuring text in different sections. And in my group, we also clarified to some degree options. So that was very helpful, and thank you to all I work with. The co-chairs will have a lot to do when preparing the framework. At the same time, the pen is in very capable hands. You showed that before, and we have trust that you will prepare a text that you see most fit for purpose. We hope to see a text that shows where there is emerging consensus and clear options where there is disagreement. We think it should be presented in decision text format. The political deliberations will intensify in the coming weeks. That is needed now. Just echo others of my colleagues that have mentioned themes for that discussions, like Switzerland and Australia. For the ministerial discussions, I think we also want to highlight the interlinkages between the ambitions in the goal and what it will take to achieve that ambition. And for us, that is also the policy level. It is not about imposing conditionalities, but working with addressing the disenablers and enablers of finance. And that will also include someone calling on other parties, other actors beyond parties. I think that's also something that should be on the minister's desk. We look forward to searching for solutions and continuing working together to set the goal at CMA6. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kurt. Russia.
Thank you. We highly appreciate hospitality in Azerbaijan in beautiful Baku. Also, we would like to thank co-chairs for their commitment with NCQG for preparing input paper, their efforts to stimulate finding consensus, despite that is not an easy task. Also, thanks to UNFCCC Secretariat. We support most conclusions of China, as well as the G77 in China, Arab groups, and some other development countries. We believe that we should be very careful with definition of climate finance because it should support climate actions, but do not damage other sustainable development goals. Certainly, we need more balanced economic growth with deep attention to environment and climate goals. In that regard, the concept of transitional climate finance is very promising and aims to realize climate goals with taking into account national economic circumstances. NCQG is only one but important mechanism to implement Paris Agreement. That is why our discussion on NCQG should follow principles of Paris Agreement. We do not have any mandate to change Paris Agreement. We also believe that in NCQG dialogue, we should avoid discussing some controversial topics, for example, subsidies on fossil fuels, carbon logs in, and others which do not have direct connection with NCQG. At the same time, we believe that avoiding unilateral measures, access to finance and technologies, considering possibilities for international financial system modernizations are important for mutual trust and long-term strategy to improve situation with climate on our planet for the benefits of all people. Thanks everybody for construction discussions.
Thank you very much, Russia. European Union.
Thank you very much. And I want to also thank the co-chairs for your leadership and for the careful steer of this process. I know it hasn't been easy. We trust your leadership also in going forward and trust that you will indeed deliver the framework in the form of a draft decision text that will then serve as a basis for our negotiations at COP29. On a personal note, I mean, your task may seem as daunting, but in fact, it's so much simpler than what Richard and I had last year. I mean, we have to make sure that the Transitional Committee delivers an agreed clean text. You've been asked to deliver a framework with options that will serve as a basis. So I think we should all feel quite relaxed about going to Baku. It's not sort of a die in a ditch type of issue like that I felt at times that Richard and I were faced last year, but enough about me and Richard. So I think the substantive and detailed discussions here this week have also made it very clear that we are reaching an end of what a technical process can deliver. So the NCQG obviously needs to be fit for purpose, practical, achievable, implementable, with international public finance provided and mobilized at its core, especially for LDCs and SIDS, and in particular for adaptation. But I mean, the new goal also needs to talk to the outside world, and it needs to be understood by the outside world. So I don't think NCQG is actually. This is a global effort, and we need to get much better at communicating that as well. So on the political priorities, quantum, obviously, the group of contributors, and then the third is the outer layer of broader investment flows. So inclusion of these broader investment flows, that's the only way to respond to the evolving needs of developing countries. We know the needs are there, and we are really trying to find ways to respond to those. We need broader shoulders and we think that is indeed one of the issues to be taken up at the political level. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing many of you soon again, and then again in Baku for the COP29.
Thank you very much, Uti. Group Asul.
Thank you, Chair. Group SU would like to join its voice to the statement made by the G77 plus China. We thank you both for the hard work, for your leadership in chairing and guiding the debate, as well as for the patience that you sometimes have. We also would like to thank the presidency of COP29 and the government of Azerbaijan for the hospitality. And let me say that we can't wait to come back here in November. As we get to the end of our last meeting of the ad hoc work program, Group SU would like to reflect on the process that led us here, especially this year's work. Although we all would like to get to this point with a finalized, clear, substantive framework that would make our work during the COP much easier, we also must recognize that the whole idea behind this process was to promote discussions so that we would come to the COP in a more advanced stage. And when we look at the bigger picture, we recognize that there is still a lot of decisions to be made, but the process is definitely more mature, the debates are deeper, and the alternatives are clearer. So it's safe to say that the process was successful in advancing as much as we could at the technical level. Having reflected on this, we would like also to reflect on the role of the political dialogues that are about to begin. For us, it is important that those dialogues are really conducive towards guidance on how we should proceed, on which direction our debate should follow, including topics such as the quantum, the quality, and the definition of climate finance. In this sense, it is crucial that these high-level meetings promote a real debate between the political authorities and refrain from the usual format of merely reading statements. Colleagues, Group SUR is confident that we will reach a transformative decision during our next gathering in COP29. A decision that will give us all an answer to the urgency of climate crisis, that help us to get on track to limiting the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees, that reflects on the evolving needs and priorities of all developing countries, including with regard to their debt situation and priorities in their sustainability to implement their climate plans. That provides clarity on what is and what is not climate finance. That responds to the demands of our societies, including those that are on the front lines of climate crisis. Let me end this intervention by thanking also all the participants of the TEDs and the ad hoc work program sessions, including all those representing the Secretariat, international organizations, NGOs, and civil society for their valuable contributions to this process. These contributions will not be forgotten during this final stage of the debates, and we hope to formulate a decision that will live up to your expectations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. Canada.
Thank you, co-chairs and the secretariat for your hard work. And I hope we've been helpful to you in what you need to advance this work. And also thank you to the colleagues for your collaboration. And I'm hopeful that we can continue constructively engaging in good faith outside of this room. On the way forward, I will not repeat Canada's positions and priorities. We've all shared our views many times throughout the process, and I trust the co-chairs to refine the input paper based on what you've heard this week and the guidance we've shared, and trust you to give us a clear product to guide the negotiations. Just on broad guidance, I think we've seen several areas of commonalities and convergence, as well as opportunities to streamline. So I suggest the co-chairs take the liberty to propose a clean text in those areas. It's also really important that co-chairs think strategically about a product that will adequately inform the ministers on the various proposals, as well as areas of divergence where political guidance is needed, and the interlinkages. On the ministerial elements, the elements that need political engagement are clear. I will not repeat Switzerland and Australia's points on that, but just want to emphasize the policy element mentioned. Ministers really need to understand the how of the goal, just as much as the what and the who. And on the format, I would also just suggest that the discussions on those elements be framed and structured in a way that allows ministers to meaningfully engage with each other on that and have a deeper discussion beyond what we've previously done. So sort of that dynamic format would be really helpful. And I'll stop there. Thank you again. And I really look forward to seeing the co-chairs draft substantive framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. USA, Kevin.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. Thanks to you for your hard work at this session, to our colleagues from the Secretariat for supporting us, and the presidency for their efforts in hosting us here this week in Baku. In addition to all of you, I really would like to thank everybody around the room here who has contributed so constructively, not only at this meeting, but over the last 3 years to this critically important process. It is the people in this room who make this process work and are going to be the ones who carry all of our countries collectively to make the decision that we need to make in a few short weeks here in Baku. So I'd really like to just express my personal appreciation for all of those efforts and very much look forward to continuing in the spirit of those engagements, even as the ad hoc work program comes to an end. With that, I would like to say that while we have made substantial progress here, there is further still to go. We all know how critical this decision is to have a successful COP29 here in Baku. And as we've said before, it is essential that this goal be fit for purpose for delivering on the ambitions of the Paris Agreement. For us, it is critical that the goal takes seriously the needs and priorities of developing countries, reaches towards those, and takes an honest attempt at delivering to what we continue to hear from our colleagues are so critical. For us, that has long been a goal which is multi-layered, that speaks to the scale required, to the support that we are able to provide one another, and to the actions, the policies and incentives that will make that goal a reality. In my view, we've made significant progress in this regard, and the co-chair's input paper has helped us move forward immeasurably from the work that we had done in Bonn and in the months previous. And while we have identified a number of places where information can and should be added before our next iteration, we are ready to move forward and are eager to see a decision on this critical issue taken. For us, there are a number of key issues that we know need to be taken to the political level if we are going to get where we need to go in only a few short weeks. Those include the structure and the quanta of the goal, which we see as inherently and intrinsically linked, the scope of the goal, questions about who contributes to the goal, which must reflect modern economic realities and take into account the fact that there are so many of us who can and do support one another every day in taking climate action, and we need to recognize and champion those efforts everywhere that they exist, as well as how we can capture the full force of the global economy to help us solve this problem. And that means engaging with all of the policies, actions, and enablers to help us go beyond where we have been before. For us, it's essential that what we send to ministers is simple, it is clear, and allows us to seek clear guidance from them on what we all need to do next so they can make the trade-offs that need to be made and find consensus so we can move forward. For us, it is essential that the goal is ambitious, that it is impactful, and that it is real. And that is why we implore you, as we take this work forward, to take into account the discussions that we've had here, both in the meeting and in the TED, all of the inputs that have been made over the last 3 years, and to trust you as you take us forward to that next stage of our deliberations, which are so essential. So thanks everyone for their time, and we are very eager to continue this discussion in the months ahead.
Thanks, Kevin. Cuba?
Yes, thank you, Madam and Mr. Co-Chair. I would like to begin by thanking you and extending our appreciation for the hard work you've been doing, as well as expressing our confidence in the upcoming exercise of streamlining a substantive input document which abides by the mandate under which the NCQG shall be determined. Colleagues, at this stage, 3 years of discussions, 11 technical expert dialogues, and 3 meetings under the ad hoc program should have led us to make further progress. Unfortunately, there are no clear proposals on the figures on the central quantitative part of this objective. There is no need to recall that global climate ambition is impossible without funding. And this is a vote in which we are all in together, only that we do not belong to the same social class. All countries represented here agreed with the adoption of the Paris Agreement to set a new collective quantified goal that is continuation of the previous commitment of developed countries to mobilize a minimum of 100 billion USD per year, taking into account the evolving needs and priorities of developing countries in accordance with Article 9.3 of the agreement. Any attempt to change the nature of this goal goes against the spirit of the legal climate regime to which we are all committed ourselves. It is a matter of historical justice, a matter of survival to set a target that reflects the responsibility of developed countries to provide and mobilize support to developing countries in line with the principles of equity, CBDR-RC. Having in our national plans guidance on where our main needs and priorities lie, including the special circumstances of SIDS and LDC, as set out in the Paris Agreement. We expect a goal that equitably addresses mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage, and in its operationalization is not detached from the context of sustainable development and poverty eradication. Colleagues, today in Havana, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs will release to the press our new report in compliance with Resolution 787 of the United Nations General Assembly entitled Necessity of Ending the Economic, Commercial, and Financial Blockade imposed by the United States of America against Cuba, which causes millions of dollars in losses to our economy. Unilateral measures that have become one of our main barriers to sustainable development, with special incidence on our financial capacity. As can be seen, the challenges faced by our peoples are of different natures. Let us set a goal that guarantees not to add more burdens to the peoples of the South. In that regard, we support a collective objective that could consist of the provision of climate finance on concessional terms, which would not include market rate loans and would allow us to implement our climate action plans during unprecedented macroeconomic challenges and fiscal constraints in our countries, including the high cost of capital, high transaction costs, and unilateral measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Egypt, followed by New Zealand.
We would like to first thank the government of Azerbaijan for hosting us here and for the lovely generosity we have been welcomed with. We would also like to thank you, co-chairs, for all your extremely hard work. I'm sure nobody envies you, so good luck. We align ourselves with G77 in China, LMDCs, AGN, and the Arab Group. I just wanted to come in and complete the part that might have just been missed when quoting Ambassador Mohammad Nasr. If he was here, he would go on to say that it is indeed a quantified figure, a collective one, meaning that it is in line with Article 9.3 of the Paris Agreement, which clearly states, as part of a global effort, developed country parties should continue to take the lead in mobilizing climate finance from a wide variety of sources, instruments, and channels, noting the significant role of public funds through a variety of actions, including supporting country-driven strategies and taking into account the needs and priorities of developing country parties. Such mobilization of climate finance should present a progression beyond previous efforts. So That's Article 9.3, which is implementing Article 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much. New Zealand, followed by India.
Thank you. Thank you very much, co-chairs, and just like to echo all the other thanks that have been shared by the room. Despite our different views, we have all the tools in this paper and the submissions for an ambitious and transformational goal. Quantified targets for public provided and mobilized and private mobilized finance, broader investments, and qualitative elements that will help us achieve this. Calls to action, language on inclusion, access, policies to address disenablers, and all of these together helping increase finance flows to developing countries to respond to their needs. So I would support Switzerland's suggestions on the issues for ministers. And my extra point would be to try and present these in a way so that ministers can see how they can, do their political work, trade off and negotiate in a race to the top, to the most ambitious goal, rather than trading off these elements in a way that scales us down. And like Group Sur in Australia has said, we need to encourage them to set them up for real debate, not just written statements. So we look forward to an input paper that supports that for the political moments and the substantive framework for COP. And whether or not it is full, pure decision text, it should be a fully developed document, macheted as needed, and presented in a way that enables us to quickly move into negotiations at COP and not waste time shaping format. We have full trust in you to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. New Zealand. Next, India, followed by China.
Thank you, co-chairs, members, and the Secretariat for all the work and progress made this week on the NCQG. We express our appreciation and gratitude to the Azerbaijani government for their hospitality. Co-chairs, we recognize that working with so much information and divergent country positions and building a paper is a demanding task, which you have been very kindly doing with great valor. Thank you for all your efforts. India supports the G77 in China, the LMDC, Arab Group, LDCs, ILAC, AOSIS, AGN, and other developing country groupings. The impacts of climate change are serious for one and all, but what is often overlooked is the trilemma that developing countries face. They have development aspirations to meet, negative impacts of climate change to deal with, which are also hindering development, affecting lives, and then work towards avoiding the deepening of these issues in future. To add these problems, we have unilateral measures being implemented. Co-chairs, no developing countries should be forced to choose between development and addressing climate change. And we strongly believe that all the parties must have felt the same when they agreed to the convention and its Paris Agreement, as a result of which we have the principle of CBDR. This principle must be appreciated and the Paris Agreement must be implemented. Supporting developing countries in meeting their climate needs and advancing on their commitments while not compromising on growth aspirations is essential for the world to become a better place. And the most important way of doing this for all of us to come up with an ambitious NCQG abiding by the document we have collectively agreed upon, the Paris Agreement. Developing countries must be provided with affordable, accessible, and adequate climate finance in a transparent manner so that we do not end up like the $100 billion goal. Instead, we are being asked to change the policy environment, divert our domestic resources away from the development goals, and even contribute to the goal. These are huge concerns for developing countries. This is the 11th TED and the 3rd ad hoc work program meeting, and I'm sure every time voices have been raised to state the facts that NCQG is a mobilization goal to provide climate finance for developing countries by developed countries in the context of the needs and priorities of developing countries. The fact is that it is not an investment goal. We do not agree with the set of topics raised by some of our colleagues for a political discussion. The Convention and the Paris Agreement are clear on who the contributors are. There is no discussion to be had on the contributor base, nor reference to geography or thematic scope or policy layers. We agree with the Arab group that the elements under these are statements of fact and adequately covered under the Convention and its Paris Agreement. And statements of fact have no place in political discussions. Political engagement is necessary in the formulation of the goal. Co-chairs, we look forward to the draft framework before CMA, and we are hopeful that we'll have a goal by the end of the scope and as per the mandate from COP21, as it is supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, India. China, followed by Iraq.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We want to express our appreciation for the hard work and efforts of the co-chairs, Fiona and Zahir, and the diligent and supportive secretariat. Thanks again for the warm hospitality extended by the Azerbaijan government, and a big thanks to the volunteers for this meeting. I also felt the warm hospitality of the ordinary people in this beautiful and promising city when commuting between this attractive and modern center and my hotel every day. Many people offered me help when I needed it. Last but not least, thanks to all colleagues from all parties, as well as observers from different institutions, including CSOs, for your passion and contribution to push forward this process. We need you along this journey. Having said that, China fully supports the G77 and China's submission and statement. We hope that the co-chairs will honor the unified position of the G77. We trust you and trust your leadership, and will continue to work with other parties to fully support you. And we look forward to the expected result at COP29, a NCQG for developing countries, which the global has been watching closely and expecting. Moreover, the NCQG must avoid introducing disenablers such as unnecessary tariffs and carbon border adjustment mechanisms that negatively impact renewable energy. In the end, we want to emphasize that we do not view this process as a pure political issue. Rather, our focus remains on achieving a fair and effective financial goal to support developing countries in addressing climate change. And a statement of facts have no place for political discussions. Let's work together, and we can work together and make it. Safe trip home to all colleagues around the table. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Yingzi. Next, I have Iraq and then Guinea.
Thank you, Chair. Iraq statement alliance with the G77, Arab Group, and LMDC groups. Iraq believes that the Paris Agreement is part of the UNFCCC and that the NCQG is part of the Paris Agreement. Therefore, the NCQG should cover the Paris Agreement and its decisions and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The NCQG shall be delivered through a bottom-up approach on CBDR, RC, and equality. It is essential to separate the NCQG from investment and domestic resources efforts. We refuse to include the energy sector, fossil fuels, and carbon pricing in the NCQG. The NCQG shall be provided to all developing country parties, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change and have significant capacity constraints, such as the least developed countries and the small island developing states, according to the Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. The new collective quantified goal must be in the public finance and with all Articles 2 and 9. The NCQG should be providing the climate finance from developed to developing countries in grants and high concessional manner. The new financial goal must encompass adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage, capacity building, and technical transfer. The balance between mitigation and adaptation is crucial. The goal should include a figure for the quantity. We don't view this agenda item as political matter. We should cooperate to achieve effective goal to support developing countries in addressing the negative and destructive effects of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iraq. Guinea, followed by Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Co-Chair. At the outset, I would like to associate my statement with the one made by Kenya on behalf of Africa Group. I also associate with a statement by the G77. Co-chair, we very much appreciate the effort you are putting in, and however, do not envy you. You have a daunting challenge, a daunting task to resolve. Co-chair, I would like to remind you that the world is watching us, and I'm not quite sure what I will report to my boss. Should I say we had a long discussion, we addressed all the elements, except the one that everybody is looking forward to know, the quantum, the money. The co-chair, please let me share some view on the way forward. I think the current iteration of the text reveals significant gaps that must be addressed to ensure an effective and equitable climate finance framework. Foremost among these is the absence of a quantum for public finance provision, coupled with a lack of clear distinction between public finance and overall mobilization goals. The text also falls short in providing structured approach, lacking clear thematic sub-goals for critical areas such as mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. Additionally, the absence of clear alignment with the Paris Agreement 5-year cycle, insufficient specificity in qualitative element, and inadequate transparency measure further weaken the current proposal. To bridge this gap and strengthen the NCQG, several key improvements are necessary. A specific public finance goal of at least 1.5 trillion annually in grant and grant equivalent terms should be established, separate from broad mobilization targets. The text should incorporate distinct sub-goals for mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, each with specific finance targets. We do not support an investment goal, as private sector cannot replace commitment by developed countries, by parties. As I indicated yesterday, private sector has failed to deliver, and the NCQG will not conjure a magic stick to change the fact that the private sector, under the 100 billion, only provide a ratio of 0.35. It is dangerous to reduce the NCQG to investment goal, which means profit over urgencies, prioritizing short-term financial gains over long-term climate resilience. This cannot adequately account for climate finance risk and potential for stranded assets that my continent is facing in its trajectory to decarbonize its development. Furthermore, the NCQG should be explicitly linked to the 5-year NDC and global stock take stock cycle, with provision for regular review and upward adjustment, enhancing transparency through the development of common climate finance definition and strengthening measures against double accounting, and are also crucial steps forward. Addressing concern about debt burden and improving access to finance are equally important. The revised text that will be forward to our minister should prioritize grant and highly concessional finance to avoid exacerbating debt challenges in our continent. It should also include concrete commitment to enhance direct access, simplify procedures. Finally, clarifying the relationship between NCQG and the broader finance system, while maintaining focus on the obligation by parties. This enhancement will significantly improve the NCQG potential to drive meaningful climate actions and support vulnerable nations in their effort to combat climate change. Thank you.
Saudi Arabia and finally Japan. Thank you. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you.
We would like to align ourselves with the statement made by the group of 77 in China, the Arab group, and the LMDC. We support the statements made by ILAC, SUR, IOSIS, AGN, and LDCs. So for Fiona's sake, I'd like to keep this short as I'm one of the last speakers. We would just like to state that developing countries have clarified the importance of addressing disenablers, and we ask that this is discussed at the ministerial level with a particular focus on unilateral trade measures. We emphasize the Arab group's call that the framework should not be in decision text, and we disagree that the contributor base is a valid discussion. We cannot change what we agreed in the Paris Agreement, and Article 9.1 cannot be considered on its own. We agree with IOSIS that we should reflect Article 9 in its entirety, just as we agreed it, and that includes 9.4 and 9.9 as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Finally, Japan.
Thank you very much, co-chair. And we had a very long discussion between us, but I think the discussion was very substantial and very constructive one. And I very appreciate colleagues around the table. And also, I'd like to thank you, thank the Secretariat for the tireless work for this meeting. And also thank the Azerbaijan government to give us a very nice place and opportunity to discuss on this very hard but very important matter. Of course, we will need to discuss we will need to continue to discuss on this very important matter, especially, for example, on quantum and the contributor base. And we will be looking forward to co-chairs' work. Really, thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan.
Thank you very much, colleagues. As mandated on the next steps, we will prepare a summary note of our discussions of the 11th Technical Expert Dialogue. We will also prepare an information note on progress made at the third meeting under the ad hoc work program and the way forward. Also, as mandated, we will prepare our annual report to the CMA and include, as part of it, the substantive framework for the draft negotiating text, capturing the progress made to be issued no later than 4 weeks prior to CMA 6. Before closing, let me reiterate that Zahir and I will continue to make ourselves available to engage with parties and non-party stakeholders. For parties, we will be available for informal bilateral consultations with interested parties and groups of parties upon request. So please, if you would like to speak to Zahir and I, please contact the Secretariat and we will be very happy to speak with you. In closing, we are grateful to have with us present Daniela Violetti of the UNFCCC Secretariat to deliver closing remarks.
Thanks, Fiona, and I will upload my statement on the web, but I must say a few words of thanks on behalf of the UNFCCC Secretariat, and starting to thank the government of Azerbaijan through you, Samir and Elmedin, not only for the generous and warm hospitality, but also for your making a priority this work we are having here this week and the successful delivery of the NCQG at COP29. Of course, I need also to extend our gratitude to each of you for your participation, your contribution, your real commitment to address one of these most pressing challenges, as well as one of the most pressing opportunities, I would say, in creating, giving shape to this new collective climate finance goal. And not only you here in the room or online this week, but those who have participated in this long process for 3 years in various modalities. The work and the dialogue that happened here this week is really essential, not only for setting an ambitious and inclusive NCQG, but also for ensuring that this is implementable, and it's something that will be with us in the process as a key pillar. So another big word of thanks now goes to you, Fiona, and Zaire for your leadership in 2023 and 2024. I think everybody shares that your guidance has really been instrumental in driving this process. Your dedication, the time and effort you have dedicated to this, and I think we can say that we have gone a long way. Thanks to your leadership, and I'm pretty sure that the results of this work will provide a good basis for political level engagement and the work that is in front of us at CMA 6. Lastly, I really want to thank and take a moment to share my appreciation for the UNSCC Secretariat Climate Finance team. Through you, Lando, in this case, for the incredible work that has gone through this process in the past 3 years, not only supporting the process, but the substantive work that has gone through this in the middle of many other requirements that are coming to the team. So thanks sincerely. And as always, the Secretariat remains here to support you on this journey. The journey is not over. From the people in the room up to our leadership, of course, we are available for everything. We want really to support parties in reaching a successful outcome when we all come back again here in Baku. So safe travels to all returning home now, and thank you very much. Open. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Daniele. Next, we are very honored to have with us Samir, who is the COP29 Deputy Chief Negotiator. Over to you, Samir.
Thank you, Fiona. Really appreciate that. Before coming here, I saw you guys are discussing NCQG, but I got in a time when the discussions on formula have taken over. So I hope that won't be reflected in the substantive framework. But jokes aside, I think it's really great to see you in high spirits. I think this is exactly what we want for this process to be successful. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for the discussions that we have had over the past 4 days. In particular, I want to express my gratitude to our distinguished co-chairs, Zahir, Fiona, for their able leadership, patience, unwavering commitment to this process. We have our observers, experts present here, and I would like to use this opportunity also to thank them. I would like also to thank the UNFCCC Secretariat, Climate Finance team, the moderators, volunteers, note-takers, reporters for their contributions to the meetings. And last but not least, Almatin and his team, our NCQG colleagues, thanks for your valuable efforts. Dear participants, this is the last TED and ad hoc work program meeting since the deliberations for setting the NCQG started among almost 3 years ago. It's fitting that this is taking place in Baku as a prelude to COP29, where we'll establish a fair and ambitious NCQG. This is the beginning of the end. We, as the incoming presidents, are optimistic and know that we are all able to continue to work hard and nail down NCQG in Baku. The past days have shown that we have come a long way. We had a chance to hold an in-depth discussions on all elements, and input paper prepared by co-chairs has been helpful to this end. You are moving from early negotiation positions and working towards narrowing down possible options. We believe that the process is on the right track. But we are still apart on a number of issues. It's also becoming clear that the political guidance is expected on several elements to proceed further. We remain convinced that you can resolve many of these issues. We encourage you to use this intercessional period to talk to each other and identify potential ways of bridging these divides. We need this to meet the mandate entrusted to all of us and to unlock the goal's potential, because what we are doing here matters. What your countries agree on will be essential to collectively implementing climate action in this critical decade. We were glad to hear about initiatives such as the Group of Friends of Access proposed by Australia earlier this week, and about many of you looking forward to engaging to help identify potential ways forward on this topic. Let me stress that it will be critical that the ministers and heads of delegation receive only a handful of issues with options for their resolution. We need to acknowledge the hard task ahead of the co-chairs, but we have full trust in the co-chairs to guide us and to work towards the development of substantive framework for a draft negotiating text. And we have trust in you to work together with a solution-oriented approach. With 59 days left until the first day of COP29 and 72 days at the latest until the NCQG is established, it is critical that we intensify engagement at all political levels to complement the efforts of the co-chairs. Dear colleagues, ministers will need to be conversant in the issues at hand and ready to engage at COP29. To support this, as mentioned on Monday, the incoming presidency will convene an informal high-level ministerial dialogue on 27th of September in New York on the sidelines of the 79th United Nations General Assembly and New York Climate Week, with participation from all negotiating groups and a broad range of parties. Host the heads of delegation meeting on the 8th of October in preparation for the mandated HLMD to be held on 9th of October also here in Baku. And finally, host a pre-COP on 10th and 11th of October. We call on you once again to prepare your respective ministers and the heads of delegation to engage for the outstanding political issues on the road to and at COP29. The time is now, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Samir. A few more thank yous before we close. So again, on behalf of Zahir and I, we would like to warmly thank the government of Azerbaijan through our friends, Samir and Elmedin, and their team for hosting us in this wonderful city of Baku and in this amazing building. Thank you for your warm hospitality. We would also like to thank Avaz of the operating company and his team for all their excellent support. Azar and the team of the Haydar Aliyev Center, which we are meeting in, the technical team, Koban and his team of Conference for providing us the excellent facilities and services. A big thank you also to Majid and his team for the visa support and for facilitating the issuance of visas. And of course, to our wonderful volunteers who are at the back. Can we get a round of applause, please? On behalf of Zahir and I, we would like to thank all the speakers, the moderators, the participants for your valuable contributions to the discussions over the past 4 days and over the past 3 years. In this sense, we would like to also say our thank you and appreciation to Federica and Kishan, who ably led this process in 2022. We'd like to say thank you to Ambassador Nasser, and through him, the COP27 presidency and His Excellency Sama Shukri for their trust in us and appointing Zahir and I as NCQG co-chairs. We would like to thank parties for again placing your trust in us in Dubai last year, and the COP28 presidency team and His Excellency Sultan Al Jaber for again placing his trust and confidence in Zahir and I. And of course, we would like to thank our COP29 presidency team for your support, your collaboration, your trust, and your friendship. I would also like to personally thank my co-chair, Zahir, the host with the most, the co-chair with the flair. I truly believe we are an extension of the strong Australian-South African partnership, and I have highly valued our collaboration and our friendship, so thank you. And of course, as our friend Ayman said, the dream team. Can we all put our hands together for the incredible secretariat who makes all of this happen? And now, friends, we would like to play you a video. Great. So thank you again. For those who are traveling back home, we wish you safe travels, and no doubt we will see you again soon. The 11th Technical Expert Dialogue and the third meeting of the ad hoc work program is closed. Thank you.